to around 144, 145, 146. Yeah, gives instances of when there's the president dies, or when maybe there's a impeachment, or there's an incapacity. So right now we are busy pushing. I'm gonna talk with the common man, and tunasema Ruto must go, Ruto must go, but ataendaje ndio hiyo swali, yeah? Ruto is not the kind of person to wake up tomorrow and to succumb to demonstrations and say, you know what, I've had the people of Kenya and the voices I've had and I've resigned. I don't think that is going to happen. And if we are talking about 2020, if you're talking about IBC, that leaves us with two options. It's either we're going to force him to succumb with the Ruto must go, or we're waiting till 2027. But may I feel like 2027 is so far, because these voices that we have right now, by the time we reach 2027, they will be silenced. That commission, that IBC, we will not eat. Tutakuwa tu tunaiona tu view sasa, itakuwa tu kama drama ni video. So right now, if anything is to happen and let's say Ruto resigns, we have Rigiji Article 146 talks of vacancies in the office of the president. Rigiji can step up. Okay, if you guys are saying that this whole executive is messed up and we don't even want Rigiji in it, there's also the option of the speaker taking up. And if they're taking up these positions, it's not that they're taking it up for lifetime. They need to have elections constituted within 60 days. Okay, guys. So even though we put so much pressure, and Ruto resigns within, let's say, 3 weeks, yeah, and let's say Rigijio Wetangula takes up 60 days, guys, we don't even have a commission in place. That is our biggest challenge. And as we voice our concerns, IBC should be our biggest challenge, because without the commission in place, we are literally stuck. Our voice, they could be huko State House wanatuangalia zile za vijana wanapiga makelele na hata wajui ni nini wanataka. Unless maybe we're saying Ruto must go, and we have somebody who, when we're saying Ruto must go, akifika hapo mbele, we will say, this is our president and this is who we want. But we're not there. This thing was really organic. We just started by fighting for our accountability. So right now, as I give the mic to Patrick, and as I echo the sentiments of my council, IBC is, you can't go to, I don't know, AU to sort out the issue. You can't go to your neighbor ukipigana na bibi yako mata zako za bedroom ambia ati wewe kuja hapa ndani ya bedroom yangu nataka unianze. No, we need to sort our issues as a country. And I'm so concerned when people start voicing and saying we should go to other places. No, we will deal with this country of ours with the systems in place. That's why we are sanitizing. We want these things to work. So we have no option of going to AU. I don't know, of interim. No. If we had maybe 3 people there, it would be right. Our voice would be strong. But right now, even though we're making noise, we're literally commissionless, which is very sad, legally speaking. And I think with that, I'll give the mic to Patrick, so you can voice out your next concerns. And if you're an advocate, please DM me so that I add you as a speaker. Yeah, you give your 2 cents and educate the masses.
Thank you, Diana. Good morning, Kimozi, Diana, Eric, and to the patriots who have joined on this particular space. So my name is Patrick Lavins, or PLO, an advocate by profession. So I'd like to title my presentation as follows: to recall or not to recall, an assessment of constitutional legitimacy against political legitimacy in light of a defunct Iebc, a case for Kenya. So what I would highlight in that particular title are as follows. 1, the bills or the legislative proposals currently that we have, in Parliament. 2, the select panel for the constitution of IEBC. 3, IEBC, the commission now, as an apex policy-making organ. And then lastly, I will talk about, by-elections and perhaps the possibility or lack thereof of the same. So before I begin my presentation, I'd like to say that anyone who has ever read history, not just read history, but understood history will never, ever trust politicians. So that is the bottom line of how things are unfolding in the political and governance space. Nothing happens, by chance. Everything is by design.
Sorry, mnasikia huyo speaker ama amepotea kwangu pekee?
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. I can actually hear you very well.
Thanks. I don't know why you guys lost me, but I just do a recap. So I've said I would title my presentation as follows: to recall.
Can you guys hear him? Eric,
I can't hear him.
Can you hear me?
You can't hear him? Okay. If you guys can hear him, kindly send emojis so that we know if it's just me and him communicating.
You can't hear me? You can hear me.
Patrick, it looks like people can't hear you. Okay, I'm seeing people say they can hear you.
Can you hear me, Kimuzi?
Okay, maybe just
I can hear you very well.
Okay, thanks. All right. So I've said I'll do a recap, no problem, for those who didn't,
Patrick, the mic is yours. Scare.
So I've said I'll do a recap. So I will title my presentation as follows: to recall or not to recall, an assessment of constitutional legitimacy against political legitimacy in light of a defunct.
Can you guys hear me or no? Kimuzi, somebody?
I can actually hear all of you.
Okay, you guys can hear me. I think we've lost
no,
Patrick.
We can hear Patrick
Kidogo. Actually. Eric, could you just 1 minute as I try to get hold of him?
Okay, I can't hear Patrick, but I can hear you and I can hear Kimuzi.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I can hear Patrick actually. I don't know what's going on.
Eric, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, people have said they can hear you, Patrick. So I think it's a glitch from the host's end. You can continue.
But you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you, Kimuzi. I can't just hear Patrick. It's okay then. Patrick, you'll alert us when you're done.
All right, thank you. So I said I will do a recap, and my presentation will be titled as follows: to recall or not to recall, an assessment of constitutional legitimacy against political legitimacy in light of a defunct Iebc, a case for Kenya. So underneath, I will talk about, the bills, so the legislative proposals currently before Parliament, and by Parliament I mean both houses of Parliament, Senate and the National Assembly. I would also talk about Iebc, the commission, not the, secretariat, as a policy-making organ, and as the apex policy-making organ, rather. I would also talk about, the by-elections, and lastly, just, the nexus between the three issues that I've raised. And before I do begin, I'd like to say that anyone who has ever read and understood history will never, ever trust politicians. That nothing that happens in our political sphere is actually by chance, but by design. It was meant to happen the way, it's happening. So first things first. For the bills currently before, Parliament, we have 4 bills. One is the independent, 3 bills actually. One is the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, the National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2023. So this bill was sponsored by Mwangi Kiunjuri. You know him very well. And it was read the first time on 18th of October last year, and it's been pending before Parliament since. The second bill is the Iebc Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 10 of 2024. This bill was sponsored or is sponsored rather by the leader of the majority party at the National Assembly and the leader of the minority party at the National Assembly. So this particular bill, sponsored by majority leader and the minority leader rather, was passed on 2nd of May 2024 by the National Assembly. And because of the doctrine of concurrence, the doctrine of concurrence talks about if a bill is required to be passed by, one in a chamber, could be Senate or the National Assembly, it has and must go through the other, house as well for concurrence purpose. That's what we call the doctrine of concurrence. So the National Assembly passed this particular bill on 2nd of May 2024, and they referred the same bill to Senate for consideration on 7th of May 2024. And I do believe the bill should have moved by now. And then the third and last bill is the Constitution of Kenya Amendment 2023. So actually, this is where the rubber meets the road. So this particular bill, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2023, it seeks to give the commission, that is the Iebc, CEO, the power to oversee by-elections. Remember, the IBC commission, the commission here, we're talking about the 7 commissioners. And currently we have none in office because the Wafula Chebukati team or faction left office upon expiry of the 6-year term in January this year. And then we have the Cherera 4 faction who are actually removed from office on a report by a tribunal constituted by the president. So in other words, we have no single commissioners in office. So this is the gist, that the commissioners now, they're the people overseeing all these elections, be it by-election or the general election. So what this means is this particular bill, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2023, seeks to cure that particular quote-unquote, void or lacuna, as those in the legal sphere will term, to give Marjan Hussein Marjan, the CEO of IBC, the power to oversee by-elections. So for me, that is a red flag. Why? I will take you back to Banisa constituency. They have never had a member of parliament, since March 2023, after they lost their representative, because he died. That's it. So they've never had a member of parliament represent that particular constituency. And remember, by-elections are supposed to be done within 90 days upon the occurrence of that particular vacancy. And what happens is, upon the death of the Banisa MP, his name was Kulo Maalim Hassan, when he died on March 29th, last year, that particular seat has never been replaced. So technically, it is a quagmire, that this Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill is trying to cure. I'll take you back to the Constitution under Article 97, 4 sub, 4B, which requires that by-elections be held within 90 days upon the occurrence of that particular vacancy. So, in the absence of the commissioners, that is the IBC commissioners, okay, technically no gazette notice may actually be executed for publication to facilitate, any kind of conduct of a by-election. So this bill now wants to give Hussein Marjan Hussein the power to oversee by-election. And for me, I think that technically shouldn't happen, because the apex policy-making organ of IBC lies with the commission. So when you perhaps try to remove this particular power through a constitutional amendment bill, it is prone to abuse, because the 7 commissioners have their own code of conduct, have their own SOPs that they work with. Okay, so the principal object of this Constitutional Amendment of Kenya Bill is to ensure the continuance of functions of IBC as per Section 4, Section 7A, and Section 7B of that particular act. So those are the 3 bills that currently we have, before Parliament. And then I'll take you back to the bill that was assented to by the President. It is the IBC Amendment Bill National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2022. So this bill was assented to by the president on 23rd of January last year. So what did this bill tend to, to bring on board? So what they did in this particular bill, they made an amendment to the first, schedule of the Iebc Act of 2011. Okay, so here they required appointment of, select committee for vetting potential commissioners. And remember, this bill was again sponsored by the leader of the majority of the National Assembly. So here, the president assented to that particular bill. Okay, he assented to the bill on 23rd of January 2023, and by amending the first, schedule of the Iebc Act of 2011, the following were made to constitute a selection panel: one man, one woman nominated by the PSC, that is the Parliamentary Service Commission; two, one person nominated by the Public Service Commission; three, one person nominated by the Political Parties Liaison Committee; and then one person nominated by the Law Society of Kenya; and lastly, two persons nominated by the Interreligious Council of Kenya. Now, this is where the fuel is added to this particular fire. So this selection panel, their work didn't see the light of the day. That's why we are having all this back and forth, with the constitution of IBC. Why? There are other voices, dissenting voices, from the opposition wing, from the CSOs, from other stakeholders that, saw it fit to declare that the selection panel was not adequately constituted. Okay? Now, this is where the Opiyo Wandayi and Kimani Ichung'wah bill, which currently subsist in the National Assembly, went ahead to cure. So what the Opiyo Wandayi and Kimani Ichung'wah bill, what that bill did, you see this particular act, the Iebc Amendment Act of 2023 that was assented into law on 23rd of January 2023, the selection panel, as it then was, we only had 7 members. So the Opiyo Wandayi and Kimani Ichung'wah bill increased that number to 9. So the 2 extra vacancy, to whom will they belong? And why shouldn't we grab those 2 particular extra seats to have a voice on the table? Because if we have all these representatives already incorporated in this particular selection panel, then the 2 extra slots upon enactment of that particular bill into law, then we will have 9 members of the selection panel. Okay, so that is all with the bills. And then the other issue is on why should we have perhaps the commissioners not being in office within the stipulated period of time. Like I say, nothing happens by chance. Everything is by design. So the more we drag this, the more we will have issues, because right now the agitation across the country, people are fed up. I mean, the things that they need to be addressed. All these things, perhaps the first gateway should be constitution of IBC. So what are we supposed to do? So the advocacy, the lobbying of this particular bill by Opiyo Wandayi and Kimani Ichung'wah, that is where our advocacy and lobbying should begin. Like this bill should be, we are actually in June. July begins tomorrow. So by around mid-August, I think that bill should be law, because the National Assembly is currently on a short recess until 23rd of July. So, of course, we know we still have the Finance Bill 2024 quagmire, and, that has to be sought first, because we're still having divergent views on the perhaps implication, whether upon the lapse of the 14 days, that particular bill will still be law, what is going to happen at the Committee of the Whole House with, regard to this particular bill. So I would say that perhaps by mid-August, then that particular bill should be law. So the Iebc Amendment Bill of 2024 was informed by the NADCO report, that session that happened in Bomas. Okay. So political goodwill, is something that is quite vital to unlock a couple of stalemate that we have as a country on matters, governance generally. So if the political goodwill lacks, however much we are trying to voice out all our grievances, all our needs to be addressed by the powers that be will fall on deaf ears. Okay? So I think what is more pressing is to have the IBC Amendment Bill of 2024, because in essence it is meant to just add flash to the bonds of the IBC Amendment Act of 2023. But I still insist that the two extra slots from 7 to 9 should be occupied by we, the people, because sovereign power belongs to us. And again, some may argue about the constitutionality of parliament, because when the mace was technically withdrawn, the mace is the symbol of authority, in parliament. That when the mace was technically withdrawn from the house, then what should suffice is the withdrawal of the power, of the delegated power of the people, from the members or their representatives. Because at the end of the day, if it is about a cruel marriage as we are seeing right now, through all these abductions, through the senseless and reckless killings of our people, through the pilferage of our resources, through the economic genocide perpetrated by the powers that be, then what we can do is to talk about divorce. So it is a cruel marriage, and let's talk about divorce. So if we have this power that we've delegated to all these people, be it in the judiciary, be it in the executive, be it in the legislature, that power can always be taken back. And by the powers being taken back is to find a way to speak for ourselves without any kind of coercion, and that will mean beginning with the legislative framework. So once this bill has been, has been signed into law, okay, and I hope they will give a commencement date to be sooner, perhaps a week, because sometimes they fail deliberately to include commencement date on any bill that has been signed into law for reasons known to them. But right now, if we were to have honest, uncomfortable kind of conversations, then it has to begin by doing things right. Okay, so we're doing what is right and not what is easy. If we were to do what is easy, then we will perhaps succumb to the pressure of nominating our people, selectively, perhaps not to speak for us, but just to fill that particular void. If we are doing what is right, it means it's us who have that power. Then let them come to us. Then let them, hear from us as a people, people that perhaps whose bloodshed, were spread across the streets of Nairobi to Eldoret, to Kisumu, to all those places. So those three bills, ladies and gentlemen, those are the key bills that perhaps we should actually, center our voice around, to fight for until they're actually enacted. So I think I've addressed the legislative and legal framework of the implications of what we are dealing with right now. And then if the right of recall is ever to be activated, then like my colleague, my learned colleague Eric, talked about, he talked about at least not before the first 24 months of any existing tenure of a member of parliament. Okay, so the three-judge bench that gave us that particular, landmark decision 6 years ago, what they intended to do is to just try to remove the disproportionate, provisions of the law that will make it hard for we the people, to recall our members of parliament. So right now, if, of course, ICT and elections are one and the same thing. I saw the other day, a website with all these things here. If signatures could be verified, if they make it hard for us to collect signatures physically, then let's find alternative ways to do this. And not more than perhaps 12 months before the expiry of their term, because as you all know, elections are done every second Tuesday of August, every fifth year. So if IBC, because I don't trust the capability of the IBC Secretariat to bestow upon Majan Hussein Majan or any CEO of IBC, that heads the Secretariat, the powers that the commission, the 7 members, of IBC can do, for me, that is an upshot. I mean, it doesn't augur well with me because it is prone to abuse. And the reason why, the members are 7 is to have, that odd number is there for a purpose. Because this constitution amendment bill of 2023, rather, what it intends to do is to now take away all those powers that even if we don't have, IBC commissioners, us, we have the CEO, the secretary can do. No, I mean, there's something called the capacity to handle, any task or any form of work that is on our table. So with that, I think I have addressed what I needed to address. Unless there is any question from you, members of this movement and patriots, I'd be more than glad to respond to the same. So with that, I humbly rest my case.
Thank you so much. The pertaining the questions, the audience might DM any speaker or DM me. I'll just be reading it because I don't have any legal knowledge or anything pertaining the law. But as of yesterday, I was passing through the constitution and I realized we are in dilemma. We are the crossroads because there is this tweet I've shared on the space. I don't know if it's I was checking about the viable options, and I was checking if we can the best way forward. That's why I've made this space for the people new to the space. Is without the what with our movement of Ruto must go. What next? What next without the IBC? Because I was seeing if he resigns, Gachagua can take over. If we decide to march with the State House, there will be no IBC to conduct elections, and might be the military might take over, and so much on. So, for anyone coming, you can ask about the function of the IBC in all these Ruto must go movement, and now it was derailed. And okay, I have one question. Maybe one of the speakers can answer. And for those people requesting the mic, it's only a space for lawyers. Kindly, please, if you're a lawyer, you can just DM me and I'll add you. But for the other people, you might just listen today. I'm just hosting. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just hosting for them to clarify this matter to us. So there is someone asking, please ask the panelists for their opinion on our bill repealing all unconstitutional acts so far passed in Parliament can be drafted quickly, and who could spearhead such a draft. Another one is, how can we speed up drafting bills required to fully operationalize the 2010 Kenyan Constitution? 3, I hope I'm not very fast. Can a bill be passed not allowing illiterate person to be eligible for parliamentary seat? It's proven that they cannot read a bill and therefore cannot be properly representative. Somebody like Sudi, I can just mention somebody like Sudi. And let me ask, there's somebody who also asked it said, please ask PLO, this is the question, the speaker, on clarity about the mess that was taken. He said the legitimacy of the Parliament House has been taken away as power is given to them. So when they return, will they be right to continue sessions? And did the National Assembly signing for deployment of KDF motion rightful without the mess? And let me ask the last question. And the lawyers help us draft the recall bills and send them to Parliament. We have friends in Parliament and we can push a rest to vote for it. And let me ask one last question. Somebody had asked something, just a little bit. Okay, great conversation. What next is the question. I agree with the land friends. I guess we need to pull towards the reconstitution of IBC and the movement included. That's somebody just giving an opinion. If the military take over, for how long do we have to constitute IBC and all new elections? I read somewhere 3 months, but I am not sure about it. Maybe you can clarify. Another one, does it mean that IBC cannot be constituted in the next 30 days? Because we were so concerned about the momentum of the movement, because as we know, Ruto can derail these movements using time. He can use the Russia and the Germany scenario in the world where he knows how to use time for his advantage, because the NADCO report has actually derailed for a whole year, and most of the people were concerned about these issues. So does it mean that IBC cannot be constituted the next, like if the parliament comes back after the recess, can it not be the first order of the house to reconstitute the IBC? That's another question. And one last one, do we need any percentage the former IBC, or can be sent all packing home? So I hope all you have taken one or two questions, then maybe you can help me answer. Anyone can go ahead kindly.
Kimuzi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'll tackle three questions, and then my colleagues perhaps will tackle the rest. I was just taking notes. The first question is on review of all the current statutes. And yes, these are very good initiatives, because for a long time, when the citizens and especially the young people have not really been concerned with what has been going on, Parliament has been passing anti-citizen laws. Sometimes it's because of a brown envelope, sometimes it's because of their own selfish interest. And yes, with a framework, we can constitute a committee to review all these existing statutes, all these existing laws, and then initiate a bill or several bills to repeal all anti-citizen laws, or all laws that are oppressive to the people, and especially the ones that oppress the people while conferring benefits to the politicians. So that one is completely possible, but there has to be a structured way of doing it. And it is possible because Parliament is not bound. It can make and repeal laws. So that is good. Number two, I will just talk about the military question. And the question of the military taking over presents only one danger. It is not anticipated in our constitution that at any point the military takes over. And it might sound like a good idea on paper, but the problem is, once we get there, we have stepped outside of the constitution. And when you step outside of the constitution, there's no telling how far out of the constitution we will go. We may have military taking over, and then they decide they don't ever want to give power back to the civilians. What happens now? So that is why I think my colleagues will agree with me that even as we agitate for these demands to be met, we need to do it within the constitution, within the mechanisms that our constitution allows. The question on illiterate MPs, there was such a law which required, I think, members of parliament to have at least a degree. And the law was declared unconstitutional by the court because, as they say, democracy is the worst form of government, but there's no better form of government discovered yet. The rationale for the court to declare that provision unconstitutional was the people choose their representatives. So, nyinyi ndio mnapiga kura. If you want to elect an illiterate person, it is up to you. If you want to elect a PhD holder, it is up to you. But every person retains the right, of course, as they meet the minimum qualifications as to age, soundness of mind, and all that. And by the way, the minimum qualification to be a member of parliament is you just have to be 18 years old, a registered voter, a citizen of Kenya. And the reason why the court declared that requirement for a degree to be unconstitutional is because it was undemocratic, or it was limiting the democracy. you have the right to choose. So at some point, citizens also need to take responsibility for the choices. While there are people who elected Oscar Sudi to parliament, there are people who elected Otiende Amolo. There are people who elected PhD holders. There are people who elected professors of law or other distinguished careers. So it is also the responsibility of citizens to make sure that you elect the people that you would want to lead you, to look at those qualifications. We need to go down there to our homes, educate our people, educate our parents, educate our grandparents, so that they do not sell their votes for a handout of 50 shillings, 100 shillings, the way it happens. And I think this is a really, really good opportunity. And then finally, the question on whether we should have any percentage of the former IEBC. In terms of the commission, the entire commission is gone. So we will get a new commission, that is new commissioners. The chairman and the 6 commissioners will all be new. And then the secretariat, there is usually a rationale for requiring the secretariat and the commission to have at least separate or different terms, so that when one is gone, there is some continuity, there is some institutional continuity when another one comes in. It's usually done like that, even in the corporate world, for good corporate governance, to ensure that at least the people who come in, they don't all come in as green people who have no idea what's happening. There's at least someone to tell people that this is the work we have been doing, this is how we have been doing it, and these are the plans that we have moving forward. So if you're asking about the commission, the commissioners, they are all gone and we'll get new one. But if it's about the secretariat, the employees of the commission, that's another story altogether. But I think the most important is the commissioners, because like my friend PLO said, my learned friend said, that is the highest policy and decision-making organ of the IEBC. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, my learned colleague. So I would just highlight a few issues. I think you've covered the broad spectrum of the same. So what I'd like to talk about, the legitimacy of the mace. So the mace technically is the symbol of authority, for the National Assembly and even the Senate, and even the county assembly, the 47 county assemblies across, the country. The other day, I saw the Nairobi County Assembly. They had wanted to purchase a 18-carat gold mace for about 30 million shillings. So you can see how much taxpayers' money is being misused. But nonetheless, the mace is technically an essential part of what we call a parliamentary regalia. Okay, because it gives the legality of those proceedings taking place, be it at the county assembly or the National Assembly or even the Senate. It gives it the much needed credence and much needed legality of those particular proceedings. So the question is, upon withdrawal of that mace, because for me it was quite symbolic when I saw a patriot, because that's how I will term that brave and courageous man who carried that particular mace. Upon the withdrawal of that particular mace, and mark you, the proceedings were still ongoing. At that time, actually, when patriots got into Parliament, the National Assembly, for you to know how much impunity we are dealing with, the National Assembly was actually debating the appropriations bill that was just signed into law the other day by the president. Should be yesterday or the other day. So what happens is the withdrawal of that particular mace, it was symbolic in that it was a withdrawal of delegated power to the National Assembly. So by that, in Kenya, actually, Boniface Mwangi once said that other countries have mafias, but in Kenya, the mafias have a country. That's a very bold statement, quite riveting, and what essentially that means, that in as much as we don't have strong and working institutional foundations, then that means our institutions will forever be weak, because the moment that mace would have been withdrawn, then parliament should actually be dissolved and Parliament should be dissolved now on two bases. One, by failing, perhaps to represent, because the powers of the legislature is to, oversight, to represent, and to make laws. Technically, I mean, that's a tripartite, power that the Constitution espouses on the powers of the legislature. So the moment that mace was withdrawn, then it only means Parliament should technically stand dissolved. And if Parliament cannot be dissolved on that basis by the absence of withdrawal of legitimacy, then the Maraga, the letter by the Chief Justice Emeritus, David Kenani Maraga, God bless his soul. I mean, he's one of the most prolific CJIs this country has ever seen. The letter to Parliament, but then we had the current, Attorney General, who was the Speaker, J.B. Muturi. So Maraga wrote to Parliament to have it dissolved on the basis that it failed to meet the 2000, requirement. But that didn't happen. So it is blatant impunity. I mean, I don't know what will take for Parliament to be dissolved if they have failed all these, threshold that we are talking about. So for me, yes, I mean, the legality and the credence given to any parliamentary proceedings without a mace technically should be rendered what we call otious. It shouldn't be there. I mean, the proceedings should not even take place. But the fact that the debate still went on, even during the approval of the motion to deploy our, men and women in uniform, from the
Patrick,
barracks.
can I engage you for a minute? If they say that the mace that was taken is not the original mace, how do you, like, moving forward, what do you say, having in mind that fact that they said what was taken was not the original mace? So you see right now, Nile, hearsay, they're treating it as hearsay. They want to dismiss it from the view of the common citizens. Can you also shed light on that?
Thanks, Diana. Well, for me, the authenticity or lack thereof of the mace, whether it was original or whether it was just a replica, for me that is irrelevant and immaterial. What matters is it was taken from the House of Parliament. So that is where the debate should actually be centered around. So at the end of the day, as long as it was taken within the precincts of Parliament and inside the chambers, then that is what we should be working with. And at the end of the day, that only means that we, the people, withdraw our delegated power, because they have been misusing, they have been abusing, they have been defiling, our own delegated power, all this long. But at the end of the day, I kept on asking myself, have Kenyans ever been angry? Not on the basis of representation, but on the basis of the economic genocide meted on its people. I mean, when someone, deep in the urban poor settlements of Kibera, of, Dandora, all those places cannot afford a meal a day, while someone else is, chest thumping, on this particular Twitter streets or X street, that they can do whatever they want with our money, with our resources. For me, that is where the imbalance starts. Because at the end of the day, we are the people, paying these people to do work, but they fail to do that particular work. So when you take that power, because you're constitutionally allowed to take back the power that we have been donating to all these people, not just directly through elections every second Tuesday of August every fifth year, but equally indirectly through the magistrates, the judiciary, some of whom are actually corrupt and they derail our own fight for justice. And the executive, we have an inflated, executive. The other day, the president who, through the chief of staff and head of public service, issued a circular yesterday to call for, a dialogue, quote unquote, a dialogue, when in real sense, he signed into law the National Government Administration Laws Amendment Act of 2024, which came into effect, folks, on 27th of May this particular year. Do you know what that act intends to do? It gives authority for the president to appoint the chief, the CASs, okay? So what kind of conversation are we having when you are sending into law such an act that is meant to have an inflated wage bill that will cripple the taxpayers each and every time? Yeah. So that is the conversation we should be having. Because right now, technically, I saw one agenda on that, list or that circular sent to, to media and even to us. One particular agenda was on the national debt burden. I mean, a month or so ago at the Bomas of Kenya, we had the National Wage Bill Conference, okay, which the president and his, members of cabinet and even, his other state appointees, they attended. The forum was, organized by the SOC, the, Salaries and Review Commission. Because what we are doing is we are borrowing more to fund our recurrent expenditure. So that only means our national burden would actually inflate. So what conversation are we having? When the report on that particular wage bill conference has never been actioned, the other agenda that I saw on that particular circular for dialogue was anti-corruption, measures. I'll take you back to 2019 at the same Bomas of Kenya. Here, actually, the multi-sectoral initiative against corruption, MCAC, which the then, a deputy president, the current president, was in attendance. And the MCAC report had different recommendations by different stakeholders. What will the government do to curb corruption? What will the private sector do to curb corruption? What will the civil societies do to curb corruption? What will the church do to curb corruption? That was 5 years ago. That report has never been actioned. So why would we talk about constituting another task force? Why would we talk about constituting another multi-sectoral? Because they are very, fancy terms. But at the end of the day, the goodwill, the intent of those particular proceedings or the meetings that are always had are never actioned. Because there's no way you tell me we have a couple of reports. So that is where we need to begin the conversation on. And then to answer the question on the enactment of these bills upon resumption of Parliament, nothing stops Parliament from enacting. Actually, our guns should be focused on the Senate because the National Assembly already passed the Iebc Amendment Bill 2034. Because of the doctrine of concurrence, they have to take it back to the Senate. So the Senate is where our guns should be focused on. And there is nothing that is stopping them from enacting this bill in 2 weeks. Nothing is stopping them. And once they have enacted the bill, then the Speaker of the Senate will send it to the National Assembly. Because what normally happens is the house upon which a bill originates, here in this particular context and instance, is the National Assembly. So that bill originated from the National Assembly. But because of the duality concept of the bicameral, concept or doctrine of parliamentary proceedings, then Parliament has the National Assembly also take it back to the Senate. So once the Senate enacts this bill, this Iebc Amendment Bill, they have to take it back. The Speaker, Kingi, has to take it to Speaker Wetangula. Then the National Assembly will look at this bill and see if the Senate actually made any amendments. Okay, so once they are satisfied that the bill can proceed, then the Speaker of the National Assembly will forward it to the President. Okay, for assent. Within 7 days, again, now it takes us back to Article 115, and clause 6 of a fraction of time if the president doesn't sign, or if he doesn't again, write a memorandum back to Parliament, all those, legalities. So our advocacy, our lobbying should be on the Senate. All these pressing bills. But for me, I know one thing: that once Iebc is constituted, I tell you, it will unlock a lot of deadlocks that we are currently experiencing, and which is holding this country hostage, because nothing is moving in terms of representative democracy. Because it breaks my heart that the people of Banisa constituency doesn't have a member of parliament upon the demise of the previous occupant of that office. For me, that is infringement of their own right, Article 38. I mean, it is infringement of their own right of representation, because the High Court, again, which held that Iebc should be constituted within 90 days. I mean, that has never happened, and this, back and forth. The NADCO report, people have their own personal interest. I mean, you don't want to action that. And I tell you, when the NADCO report was tabled in Parliament, it stalled. It has been gathering dust all along. Then it begs the question: taxpayers' money was used to constitute all these proceedings. So why wouldn't you action this report? I've never understood. So Senate should enact this bill in 2 weeks, actually in a fortnight. Nothing stops the House Business Committee of the Senate to prioritize, this particular bill in all its order papers for the next 2 weeks. Nothing is stopping them. And like I said, if we don't have the political goodwill, nothing will ever move, because it is by design why things are happening this way and not, by chance. And then as I finish up, we should be focused on a couple of bills, not just the Iebc bills or the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, because we have a couple of bills. The other day, Senate made amendments on the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023 that violates the procurement laws that allow members of parliament, and by members of parliament, I mean, could be senators, could be National Assembly, because how would you do business with government? Technically, you are already employed by us through election. But now Senate made a raft of amendments on that conflict of interest bill to allow members of parliament to now trade, members of parliament and their wives or concubines, whoever they are, to trade with the government. As if that doesn't break your heart, I'll take you back to the anti, corruption and economic crimes, bill. Okay, that bill, members of parliament proposed to have to have those accused of economic crimes technically to even still vie for office and not be held accountable. And there are two bills, one proposed by the Homer Bay. There's a representative from Homer Bay, should be Peter Kalum or something, and then there's another bill of the same kind. So there's no political goodwill. If members of parliament can trade with the government, then where does that leave us? Honestly. So with that, I think, there are other bills. Don't forget as well, the Land Laws Amendment Bill number 76 of 2023. Don't forget that. I mean, that bill equally should have much advocacy, and we should fight it from the battlefront and never lose track. Thanks.
Actually, let me just pick up on that. Thank you, Patrick, for your counsel, for your sentiments. With regards to the land laws amendment bills, guys, so this finance bill that we rejected, and they amended some few clauses to make it look beautiful, but eventually Ruto has taken it back to be withdrawn, has so many small bills inside it, because the finance bill it's like a vehicle, it's made up of small parts. So Patrick had just talked on the land laws amendment bill. Section 51 of the Land Act, they want to amend and insert a new section that typically allows them still to make land that is freehold taxable. What do I mean? Like, we will be paying taxes on the land that are our ancestral lands. So don't forget that in the finance bill, wanatudanganya hapa ati yes, we've taken it back. But at the same time, as Patrick has said, the crux of the matter is in these bills that they are passing every day. And guys, I need us to understand that Parliament can pass so many bills. Personally, I was very, very affected that it had to take so many lives for people to die so that they can actually reject that bill. And then after they rejected that bill, they go on national television and now they've changed their stance. Like, I don't want to talk badly, but like, they've changed their stance, and then they were asked about development. They start laughing, like, development gani. So this land law bill, this land law amendment will still make it possible, for our freehold lands to be taxed. And if I'm not wrong, it already passed the first reading. So when we'll be resuming, it's probably one of the things that they'll also want to pass. Okay, another question. I'll tackle some of the questions.
Sorry, Council, just allow me to interject you on that aspect of the Land Laws Amendment Bill.
Yeah.
I have seen from Senator Mtata's Twitter that Kimani Ichung'wah has written to the Speaker of the National Assembly withdrawing that those Land Laws Amendment Bill, number 76 of 2023. Both number 2 of 2023 and number 76 of 2023. There is a letter, it is signed by Kimani Ichung'wah, and I believe it's credible because Okia Omtata has posted on his Twitter this morning.
But why? That still goes back to what Patrick said. Goodwill. Did we have to make noise for them to? Why did they have to have two of them? Wanapitisha moja kutudanganya, alafu tupige makelele ndio sasa waangushe zote. This is what we're still saying. The goodwill of the people. This parliament does not have our goodwill at heart. And the parliament is driven. It's the legislature. They make laws. Like Patrick has said, they're making laws now so that you can deal with the government. What will that do? The corruption will be blatant. It will be blatant corruption everywhere. Anyway, another question Kimuzi had sent me. Somebody asked, I'll just read it out. Please ask how we can initiate the process to amend our constitution to reduce the current number of representatives in government, as well as reduce their salaries. There's another question like that. Just give me a minute. Because the questions are so many. Yes. Hello. Is there a way we can have a law placing a salary ceiling for the people's representatives, right from MCAs, MPs, senators, governors, and the executive? And then in the same question, the same person asked, can we promote a bill to require reduction of people's representatives' rights from MCAs, MPs, senators? So it's good that people actually send all your legal questions. We'll try break them down in the simplest of ways. So right now, as people are saying, strategy for us to reduce the number of people, because our expenditure is so big. It is so big. It's more than what is there for the development, which doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. But for us to go and amend our constitution to reduce the number of representatives, because we feel like we are overrepresented and these seats should be cut down, the only way that can happen is by a referendum, guys. Yeah. And we can do that. We have the numbers. We definitely do have the numbers. But as of right now, even that referendum, okay, another thing that, as all speakers we've been saying, that referendum itself, IEBC is still part of it. Who will still do all this? The 1 million signatures that are needed, the count, everything. IEBC is still part of it. So, guys, we're still in the place where IEBC really needs to be constituted like ASAP. And then another question, somebody is asking, good morning, what risk is there if KDF was to take over, given that we have a disciplined force? I think this question was covered. And the only one risk of the military is they can take the power and they would not want to give it back. So that is it's a line that we wouldn't want to. It's a gamble, when you open a Pandora box, you don't know what exactly happens. But the military essentially are supposed to be for the people. And when I'm here, I'm just going to shed light on the KDF and the military and everything that's happening in the country right now. As you're all aware, right now the military were deployed. There was a gazettement by the KDF. I think if I can get that gazettement and pull it up so that I read it as I engage you people, it would be good. Yes. So the Kenya Defence Forces Act, Gazette number 7868. This was let me give a background of this. This was as a result of a ruling of Justice Mugambi in court. 2 days ago. What the ruling essentially said was the military could be used, the government requested. As you saw, although it was unconstitutional, everything happened in a way, even LSK. I won't go into the details, but now the Gazette notice that I'm talking about allows the deployment of let me read. Further to the orders of the court in High Court Constitutional Petition number 307 of 2024, it is notified for general information of the public that based on the prevailing threats to national security planned and orchestrated through various platforms in the cyberspace, huku sisi, ni sisi Twitter, the deployment will cover the 47 counties within the Republic of Kenya where critical installations and infrastructure are located in order to assist the National Police Service, preserve life and maintain order and everything. And then the second part is the term of the engagements for the deployment shall be constitutional standards enshrined in Article 238, and the deployment shall continue until normalcy is restored. So, guys, today morning I woke up and I was checking on my timeline and I saw a video of what's his name? He's called Barbecue in Haiti. Yeah, if you're following up on the current politics, you also know what is happening with Haiti, and we have our people deployed over there. So they've actually vowed that they don't want our Kenyans over there, which begets the question that our military are supposed to be defending the external, um, our borders and our interests outside our borders. But our military are here defending people, being deployed to people who are protesting with placards and bottles of water. So, in essence, what this gazettement means in simple terms and sequence of it, anytime maybe they feel like the government feels like it's a threat or you're going to be a threat, the military will be used to quell us or to calm down the situation. And for how long? Clearly, the Gazette notice says the deployment shall continue until normalcy is restored. What is normalcy? Does that mean that our right to picket and demonstrate right now has to be vetted to what is normal? What exactly is normal? Okay, we demonstrated and we went onto the streets. True, some of them, there have been people saying there were goons inside there, but you can't vet demonstrations. Do they mean we'll have like, yeah, so we really need to be really careful. The crux of everything is onto the small, the laws and everything. That's how we are being grounded down. I'll just answer one last question before I give the microphone to somebody else. Somebody asked, do kindly ask, now that we are here, how do we go about getting the reconstitution of IBC? Are there leeways we can explore? Courts maybe, or use the MPs in Parliament that are reasonable? Well, I think Patrick has covered this sufficiently. And then one last thing, can African Union or the EAC present officials to oversee elections? Well, guys, I think the challenge you're facing right now is not even the overseeing is not the problem. The problem is that commission itself, the constitution. We want that IBC to be constituted before we can even oversee that election. Because if that IBC is not properly constituted, then we will be back to where we are. And to be honest, people have been asking who is the leader or there's no, it's all organic. I'm not even a Twitter person, by the way. I was just brought up to the space to give my legal 2 cents. And the thing with all this is that if the commission is not constituted in a way that's legal, we'll still evolve in the systemic, what am I saying? The systemic scenes that have led us here. I don't think this anger in people is just because the finance bill was there, and then in addition to the finance bill, people were murdered. I think it's a systemic failure. Let me call it systemic failure. So we need the IBC to be constituted, right? If our voice is to be heard, it's only via the IBC. Our vote, our IDs and our voters' cards, that is the only way. And if IBC is not constituted in the same way, in the right way, we'll go outside and we'll rally ourselves over here on Twitter and we'll go outside and vote. but tutachezwa na tutajam alafu tutafanya. You know, we can't be in this mandamano cycle year after year after year after year. We need to do this. We need to do things right. We need to do these things right. And let's not be let's not accept beautiful words, committees. There was NADCO. Right now, Ruto has offered a beautiful. No, they know what we want. Let's just give them. Let them do what we want. I'll give the space to another speaker to address some questions they may have. Eric, you can take the mic.
Maybe if I can chime in.
Pardon?
Let me chime in if Eric allows me to proceed.
Okay. Oh,
Please
sure. By
proceed,
the
please
way,
proceed.
Tyson, please speak. Please speak.
Yes, I think I'll address three issues. My name is Tyson. I am an advocate. I practice in Nairobi and Meru. And I'll be very brief on three aspects that are emanating from this discussion. First is the issue of the recall capability of Wanjiku to recall their MPs. I think that is a provision that was specifically provided for when the drafters of our constitution were coming up with the constitution. However, that is a provision that has never been triggered or put to test, so to speak. So far, so good. This is the first time I think that discussion is coming up on our ability or capability to recall a member of parliament. But the challenge here is that there is no procedure or the manner in which we can recall our members of parliament. The only provision that was available for us on how to recall was under section, I think, 45, 46, and 48 of the Elections Act on the manner in which we could recall a member of parliament. But I'm alive to the fact that those elements of the Elections Act were declared unconstitutional in 2017 by a three-judge bench of the High Court in Milimani. So much so that we fall back to the underlying provision of the law, which is Article 104 of the Constitution. And that provision is not sufficient enough to recall a member of parliament, so to speak. And the case that was in court in 2017 was by Katiba Institute. I believe Waikwa is usually at Katiba Institute. If we could get more insights from him, it could have been better. But as it currently stands, we are in total darkness because how do we recall the MP first? Because the provision of the law that was available for us to recall and the procedure in which we were supposed to recall under the Elections Act, I believe it was declared unconstitutional. That means now we are hanging in the space in some of amorphous atmosphere, so to speak. And again, before even we make an attempt of recalling, there's the big elephant in the room, which Kimuzi has actually pulled up in this Twitter space. It's the IBC. What is the way forward with IBC? There's little that can happen, constitutionally so speaking, on a way forward as to where we currently stand. Legally, the IBC is dead, so to speak. So we cannot do much recalling. We cannot do much doing an election. There's little that we can do with the IEBC. And from where I stand and from a legal perspective, I'd want to believe that the last bastion that can come to our aid is the judiciary. I would want to assume that even if we were to take a matter up in court and challenge the manner in which IBC has been left indolent, then I think the parliament or the forces that be can come up and constitute the commission, and maybe from there and then we can have the discussions about a recall and all that. But before the IBC is constituted, then there's little that we can do, so to speak. But I believe if the Law Society of Kenya can come up and go to court and challenge or compel the parliament to appoint the parliament and the executive to appoint and constitute the commission, I believe that is the only safest route as it currently stands. The other route I've had my brother PLO talk about is enactment of the bills that are in parliament currently. I want to believe the IBC has been lying indolent for close to 2 years, I think, since the 2022 election. And that is why you can see the Bimusa constituency is unable to conduct a by-election. It was very deliberate because they cripple the IEBC commission so that we cannot continue with the electioneering business of the IEBC commission. And it was very deliberate because 2 years down the line, there's little that has been seen from that commission. It is actually a commission that only revives after 5 years. After 5 years, it's when we see the commission surfacing and it becomes bold. But in between, it is dead. And the only reason for that is because they know the commission is a threat, because it's an easier route for the Wanjikos to exercise their constitutional rights under Article 1. So if we could manage to pierce through getting ahead of the IBC, I believe that is an opening that can lead us to somewhere, to some light. But as it currently stands, there's little that we can do constitutionally, so to speak, unless we are now talking about exercising a coup altogether. The other issue perhaps I could touch on is this land bill. And I am glad to have seen a letter from Kimani Chungwa that has all of a sudden surfaced. Now, it is interesting to note that this letter is received on the 14th of June, 2024. That bill has been with us for the longest. How comes it's around now resurfacing today or yesterday, some few days ago, and it is only resurfacing conveniently after people made noise? Because it's that land amendment bill is one bill that will actually take away our freehold parcels of land. And I pity the people who own parcels of land along or within municipalities or urban areas, because once you go and default in paying the normal rates, then the government or the county governments will just take over your parcel of land and convert it into a leasehold. Now that means business for the government, and that is the entire mischief of that bill, so that mtu yoyote mwenye ako na ka prime parcel of land somewhere inachotwa at the end of the day. I think those are my three issues that I needed to raise with the listeners. I thank you for the space.
Thank you very much.
May I speak? May I speak kindly? Kindly.
Please go ahead.
I'm requesting. All right. Thank you so much. There's a reason why I've just requested abruptly. My name is Mwaura Muroki. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and I also happen to be the LSK Thika chapter Thika representative. Now, the discussion has mostly been centered about solutions and way forward, and it has been lightly elicited by my colleagues. We are in a constitutional crisis. However, from every crisis, certain opportunities present themselves. When I look at this situation, I look at it from the three arms of government. Now, the three arms of government are as follows: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The executive's mandate is to create policy and enforce the law. They have rightly done that. Now, secondly, the legislature, which is to form and formulate laws, which are then implemented by the executive, and the judiciary, which is to interpret the laws. Now, having said that, it is very clear that the public has lost its confidence on the executive and the legislature. As at now, I believe it's at 0%. And clearly, judging by the way the bills are being withdrawn left, right, center, it is only evident that this government is untrustworthy. But then, when I look at it, I see that the only untouched part of the government, at least in paper or in the public view, is the judiciary. And why am I saying the judiciary? Because you see, the judiciary is the most interactive arm of government. Interactive in the sense that even the common mwananchi has interacted with the judiciary in one form or another. You can walk into it, you can do whatever it is you want. If you have a dispute, you go there and you have yourself redressed. And here now provides the opportunity. The opportunity here is that the judiciary has to stand up and to interpret the law in conformity, not only with the Constitution, but with the prevailing circumstances. Because the Constitution is a living document. it operates not as a document of structure, but as a document of both form and structure. It behoves us, each and every person, not to look at the document as bound by stone. Because yes, we do not have an IEBC, and it is by design, not by default. We do not have a trustworthy parliament, because clearly, even if the parliament was to constitute the IEBC, who would trust it? The mood of the country is very clear. It is extremely low. And so the judiciary here has to step up and take charge. And take charge by actually redefining this constitution and formulating existing or new policies that can actually take the country forward, and formulate even this and reconstitute these offices. Because clearly, even if Parliament was to sit right now, there is nothing they can do. Even the mace itself is not there. It has been rightly alluded. And so it is really important we look at the institutions. And for my main focus is the judiciary, because that is the only safeguard that we have that is remaining. Even more importantly, we also need to look at institutions as the pillars of any functional democracy. As you rightly know, any functional democracy has to have strong and stable institutions. Clearly, if Kenya is indeed a democracy as has rightly been put, then this is the time to test the functionality of our institutions, because we at some point will need to move forward. At some point we'll need to know how do we forge ahead. And this is now the time where I call upon all my colleagues, everyone of goodwill, to try and now start thinking of ways towards crafting this. I believe that in the next coming days, or I suppose, somebody will actually approach the courts and actually start this conversation in form of a petition. And the courts will have again to step up to now interpret these laws. My hope is that the judiciary will be guided by wisdom and understanding that it is the people who have put them there who actually want this change. And they will do as is required of them. They will step up and they will ensure that the will of the masses is actually realized. That will be all for now, but I'm willing to take any questions as soon as the other speakers are through. Thank you so much.
Just to add,
Patrick, you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Well, just to add on that, by virtue or by dint of having the Kenya Defense Forces, disciplined forces, and there is quite a sacrosanct element of discipline that the members of the National Police Service lack. And I think you saw the other day, they're quite receptive to civilian, voices. So the fact that the, head of state through the cabinet secretary for defense, and who is also the chairperson of the Defense Council in Kenya, that is CS Aden Bare Duale, the fact that you could gazette deployment of our military to roam the streets and not, perhaps, protect our borders in Moyale, in Mandera, in Lokitang, all those, places, it only means one thing, that the civilian administration rule has failed, because no further inference can be drawn from this particular deployment. Because when you have military roaming the streets, what does that tell you? It tells you the civilian administration has failed, because military, servicemen and women are not supposed to be roaming our streets. They're supposed to be defending the borders against any form of attack that will perhaps have an eternal effect to its people. And then, as if that may not, hold much water. The fact that Justice Lawrence Nthiga Mugambi, judge of the High Court under the Constitutional and Human Rights Division, made a ruling that perhaps gives, green light to such deployment, because I was listening in, and in between things were not, okay, because at one point, never have I ever been placed waiting in such a courtroom proceedings for all that long. Reason they're saying they don't have, the connectivity, on the judge's side, is not working. Very flimsy kind of reasons. And then in between, the judge takes a call, and then it's taken all the way to, I don't know, 8 p.m. or something. I mean, that was a ruling that was supposed to be delivered at 3 p.m., and then it's pushed to 5:20 p.m. It was just an hour short of, that hour. But anyway, I mean, the fact of the judge, because I was listening in, and he said, when talking about the Gazette notice, the judge mentioned that in as much as the particulars and the legality in question of the publication of that Gazette notice may have been questionable, but still went ahead to find in favor of the state, it has never made sense to me. So the subsequent publishing or publication of the Gazette notice by Duale just the other day, the second Gazette notice for deployment now, quote unquote, giving an entire or mapping out the entire structure or terms of reference upon which this deployment is supposed to be made, is also a red flag. Because one thing, why would you say that there is an indefinite deployment of, the Kenya Defense Forces? Two, why would you deploy the Kenya Defense Forces across all 47 counties, and it's only less than a third of those counties that did participate in exercising the right through peaceful protest? Three, why didn't you publish the number of the Kenya Defense Forces, that are supposed to be deployed across the country? And then four, when you say that it is until further notice, without, for lack of a better word, that only means one thing, that this is prone to abuse, this is prone to misuse. Okay? Because when you have Kenya Defense Forces roaming the streets until further notice, what exactly are you telling us? Are you telling us that, our country is having an insurrection to that particular extent, that our country is degenerating into political instability, for you to deploy the Kenya Defense Forces to roam our streets, across the country? It doesn't make sense, because those are the terms of references or terms of engagement that was supposed to be published by the CS Defense through the National Assembly, pursuant to Article 241 3B, because I think that is exactly what they were even relying on, that Article 241 3C doesn't suffice for you to have deployment of KDF. What exactly do you mean? Because in essence, what the powers that be are doing, the fact that the National Assembly, the leader of the majority party, Kimani Ichung'wah, cooled, because he sits actually in the HBC, the House Business Committee. Okay, there are two powerful committees that the leader of majority sits in. One is the House Business Committee, which technically sets out the entire structure of how proceedings will be run in Parliament, that is the National Assembly. And then two, the Committee of Selection. He sits in that particular committee to appoint members of different departmental committees in the National Assembly, be it chairperson of the Finance and National Planning Committee, that is Kuria Kimani MP for Molo, be it the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, be it on Health, be it on Energy. All this, he sits in the Committee of Selection. So one thing that I don't understand, how did Parliament, the National Assembly, approve? Because the first order paper originally published, for the members of the public to access, because pursuant to Article 35, that is the Access to Information if I'm not wrong, because we're supposed to access any information, that are held by the state. So what Parliament normally does, it does publish on their parliamentary website all these order papers and every kind of communication. So the first order paper, I tell you, did not have the motion because it's a special motion. Approval of KDF is a special motion. Ordinary motions are other kind of motions, but special motions are those motions like the Kenya Defense Forces deployment. So the first order paper was actually amended, and then a supplementary order paper was published, and then guess what? What is the first agenda of the day? The KDF deployment. Mark you, that is the day that the National Assembly was proceeding on a short recess, for around a month, because from 26th of June to 23rd of July 2024. That's basically about a month or so. That parliament was not quoted enough. And then, as if that's not even worse, they denied us access to live stream all these proceedings. Parliament has never done that. That was the first time I failed technically to access live proceedings happening either at the National Assembly or the Senate. Why? Because they didn't want us to know that Parliament wasn't quoted enough to approve this particular motion, in as much as the standing orders may be silent on the threshold required to approve such a motion. Then we can only infer, because of great magnitude to the larger members of the public and to the people of Kenya, is that such a motion needs proper debate. But there was no live stream. I couldn't watch the proceedings. But the supplementary order paper was conveniently amended to include the first agenda of business as the deployment of KDF. So all these illegalities, because that's exactly what we are dealing with. And my heart still breaks having read that ruling by Justice Lawrence Nthiga Mugambi on giving green light and then saying that the court will still retain, subsidiary, powers to monitor how the implementation or how compliance with these orders will look like. It doesn't make sense. What the court was doing, they did what was easy, not what was right. What was easy was allowing KDF to be roaming our streets instead of protecting us against external aggression, against desecration of our sovereignty as a people and as a country. Court, what it was supposed to do, it was supposed to do what was right, and what was right was to recall and revoke that particular gazette notice. Whether it's pending the hearing and determination of the final petition, that is immaterial. Because at the end of the day, this was a matter of public, urgency. And Eldoret, the other day, I never saw military roaming Eldoret, just the other day, but a group of militia persons with approval of the leaders of that particular county. That's how low we have sunk as a country. That sometimes when ethnic balkanization and hypnotization comes to the fore, then we suspend reason. We do suspend, the rationality that human beings are susceptible to. We suspend the rule of law. And most of you saw that, those videos, people armed with crude weapons roaming the streets of Eldoret, as if it's so normal. And then they retreat in the evening to go to the county headquarters to return or to submit quoted report on what they did throughout the day. Eldoret was the only town I saw military was not roaming that particular day. Because what we have done, we've sunk too low to suspend reason and thinking and make it appear that it is a tribal warfare against different tribes. I mean, Eldoret is a cosmopolitan town. I've lived in Eldoret for like 6 or 7 years. It's a very good town. A town that should perhaps be a hub of agriculture in the country. Gone are the days, when we used to say that agriculture is the backbone of the Kenyan economy. It's not anymore because our farmers are being suppressed. I mean, when you sell, fake fertilizers to our farmers, these are people who depend on their farms to educate their children. When you steal from them, and then the cabinet secretary in charge of agriculture is still in office, then no way we will ever have a conversation, a transparent and open an uncomfortable conversation by the head of state and his appointees. It will not happen. Because what exactly are you telling us? I mean, during the hearing of the, the CS for Agriculture, evidence was presented. How then would the, select committee members say that they would absolve such a person of, such charges? It has never made sense. So what conversation do you expect us to have for you to now act? And then the other thing that perhaps is of, utmost importance is, I don't know for how long, perhaps people would look at KDF as their savior. No way. Because technically, when people see men and women in uniform, what you see is you become scared because you don't know. I mean, you're not used to this, scene. So what justice Lawrence Nthiga Mugambi did allow militarization of the state. And he mentioned the same actually before he rendered his final orders. I was listening in, and how the plot twist came to be, I've never understood. But he acknowledged, I mean, what we will degenerate to is, militarization of the state. That we have allowed the military, in quote unquote, to perhaps, work hand in hand with the National Police Service. Actually, it isn't a service. It's still a police force, because a service doesn't behave as what we've seen in the past week or so. Shooting at a people recklessly, killing them before the precincts of Parliament, a house that was meant to make pro-people policies and legislation to protect them against the high cost of living. But you killed them in front of that particular house. And my heart has never healed ever since I saw those images. Because the Parliament would have saved us all this if they did what was right and not what was easy. That to allow Parliament to be an appendage of the executive is something that is happening with this regime. And I think towards the end of the previous regime as well, Parliament has failed to become autonomous, independent. That the chairperson of the Finance and National Planning, departmental, committee, Kimani Kuria, would go to the House on the Hill and read to cadence that the proposal or the amendments proposed on the report for consideration of the Finance Bill 2024 before tabling the same report as required by the standing orders of the National Assembly. How did we get to that particular point? Because he was supposed to table that report for consideration of that particular bill before he went to State House to be populist with his, sentiments. And then, as if nothing is happening, he goes back to the National Assembly towards, late afternoon and early evening to now table this report. For me, in countries with strong and working or functional institutional foundations, Kimani, MP for Molo, should be resigning technically. Because where does it draw the balance between the authenticity of the report that you've tabled and the one that you've read at State House? And why would you even go to State House to read such a report? And State House does not make laws. State House does not in any way get itself immersed in the legislative process. Presidential assent is the last stage of any legislative process. But we have desecrated the sanctity of Parliament, sadly. That Parliament right now, the sanctity has been desecrated and defiled. We've had cases in the previous regime where parliamentarians were being bribed in the lavatories to pass bills. How did you even get to that point? So in essence, there are actually two reports, by the way, for the consideration of the finance bill. There was a 600 and something page report and the 598 page report. And then what's even funny is the road maintenance levy, which was a new clause inserted in the report that was tabled at the National Assembly. It found its way there, but it was conveniently left out in this other report because such an amendment, the road maintenance levy, the increment by 7 to 9 shillings from 18 to 25 shillings per litre of fuel was not supposed to be tabled through a finance bill. the same way that an amendment to the the Kenya Data Protection Act 2019 wasn't supposed to be tabled through a finance bill to allow KRA to be spying on us, to access our personal data. But these people do these things by design. No way would you tell me that these people do not have or do not seek legal, perhaps, advisory before tabling or before publishing certain bills. They do, but because of impunity, they choose to go ahead and disregard what is right, so that they perhaps gauge with the momentum of the general public and how people will be receptive toward this. But we've fallen so low. Parliament is not the parliament I used to know. When you take me back to the parliament of Francis Ole Caparo, and his successor, I mean, those were people, in as much as they were perhaps voted overwhelmingly by the opposition, then they never in any way became perhaps not impartial, because they were like, Parliament is a sacred place, and I'm here as an arbiter, as the Speaker of the National Assembly. Kenneth Marende, perhaps one of the best speakers you'll ever see. He in no way ever favored the people that propelled him to that particular seat. He was impartial arbiter. But right now, it's hard. It's hard to tell where Parliament lies. As an appendage, do they represent the executive or do they represent us as a people? I've never understood. Because if these are the kind of developments we'll keep on seeing as a country, then best believe no further progress will ever be made. And Parliament, for me, Parliament should have an entire overhaul. And we begin from scratch with people who make pro-people legislation. Do not come with cheap optics and PR to tell us that you have withdrawn a bill that has subsisted in the floor of the National Assembly all this while. But because we began making noise, you feel it is only viable as an option for you to proceed with what you term as the most ideal solution to all this quagmire. It doesn't, and it has never made sense. So as it stands, we have our military roaming the streets until further notice. Until further notice. That is exactly what you should put in your mind, until further notice. So it gives room for the executive to abuse that time frame, because the report that was supposed to be tabled to the National Assembly before approval of the special motion for deployment was supposed to have the entire terms of engagement. Tell us how many KDF officers will be deployed. Tell us what is the period of this deployment. Tell us, did these KDF receive prior training to suit the operations of the kind of deployment that you want them to undertake? But that never happened. It never happened. The special motion was passed as if it was an ordinary motion at the National Assembly. Members of the public were denied access to information pursuant to Article 35 of the Constitution. We could not even follow through the proceedings. And then you want to tell us, you want to invite us, 100 people, to speak on behalf of 50 million people. What exactly will we be discussing? When you have desecrated the sanctity of engagements prior, it has never made sense, and it will never make sense. Because 100 people do not speak for the pain of the mothers in Githurai who are crying for their kids who are shot aimlessly. And these are state-sanctioned abductions, state-sanctioned killings. We still have death squads all over. It has never made sense, because those are the kind of structures we need to work on first before you ever invite us to a table. Because everyone has their pain separately. And I think for me, that is the kind of thing we should be talking about. And I forgot to mention 2 to 3 bills that we should also be looking at and having advocacy on. And one of those bills is the Senate, the county civic, education bill. It's actually on the floor of the Senate. So what technically that bill wants to do is to map out what civic education is. I went through the bill. I drafted a memorandum just still pending, and LSK should be submitting the same. I looked at clause by clause, with my colleague, and there are a couple of loopholes that perhaps still need to be addressed. So the county civic education bill should be part of those legislative proposals. We should be aiming, and intentionally moving forthwith to oppose on grounds of the clauses that are punitive to us. Okay? And another bill, given that we have the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill that seeks to give Hussein Marjan Hussein, the CEO of Iebc and the head of Secretariat, the powers to even conduct by-election in case of what we call, or what the sponsor of that particular bill term as, inoperational Iebc. It shouldn't happen, because that is where elections are rigged. That is where elections, are manipulated to suit one particular candidate. It is not rocket science that we have an odd number of members of the Commission of Iebc. 7 it is. And we were arguing on the, philosophical aspect of, the majority constituting, the voice of Iebc, the Cherera 4 faction and the Wafula Chebukati faction. You remember those discussions during this Supreme Court, presidential petition hearing. So right now, there's another bill sponsored by this member of Parliament for, I've forgotten his name, the one that published the Assembly and Demonstration Bill 2024. I've forgotten the name. But that same member of Parliament went ahead to withdraw that particular bill, the Assembly and Demonstration Bill. Equally, I went through the Assembly and Demonstration Bill clause by clause. And one particular thing that stood out in that particular bill was that these people would require the physical address, the mobile phone number, and any contact person of convenience of protest. Quite fishy, because what they want to do is to know where you live or where you will be, either prior to the protest happening, so that they can either abduct you, because that's how enforced disappearances, happen.
Kimuzi, Patrick he's a poet also, guys, so tunamwelewa kipewa floor saa zingine anaweza
Okay.
but he's doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much. And have you finished, Patrick? I've also seen
1 minute.
Willis.
1 minute, just
Okay.
wrapping up. So the bill that was sponsored by the sponsor of the Assembly Demonstration Bill is the Elections Amendment Bill of 2024. What that bill, at least the clause that I found so punitive and irrational, was the data transfer agreements, that the state shall have the power to transfer data of all voters to public institutions. So that means NIS will have access to all that data and other public, institutions. So, ladies and gentlemen, as much as we are having this conversation, then we should be proactive and ensure that at the end of the day, we don't waste our voices. So with that, I rest my case. Thank you, Kimuzi. I'm done.
Achen.
Thank you so much. Just a little bit, there is this question somebody posed a little time earlier. It's about a constitutional petition E148 of 2023, the one for Abdullahi as Attorney General and 2 others. If any of the speakers of the advocates and the lawyers know about it, kindly clarify it for us.
Oringe, you wanted to speak? Will you
Yes.
speak, and then we can look into that case? Kimuzi, you'll forward me the case.
Yes. I thank you very much for this opportunity. I've seen many of questions, and I like Pielo. Pielo is an orator. He can speak the whole day. There's a question that was posed as to whether the judiciary can constitute an interim IBC. That is not possible because the establishment and the composition um, with the operational framework can only and is only governed by the Constitution and the IBC Act, and therefore the judiciary cannot constitute an interim IBC at any point. In the event that we have a crisis, as it is the situation now, the only people who can fast track this process is the executive and the legislature, the legislative branches, the MPs. So, if at all the MPs and the president is serious, and I've heard many speakers talk about the goodwill of the executive and our MPs, if at all they have that goodwill, then it's upon them to make sure that they expedite this process so that we can have an IBC in place. I remember the president constituted a certain panel, a selection panel for the IBC. We are yet to see any results so far from this panel. And as many speakers have also said, and which I support also, it is by design. It is not by chance. There's another question that was also posed as to whether the president, as to whether we can do something about the president not having a hand in running these independent and constitutional offices. I think this is very possible, and this will require that now we propose very many amendments in almost all the legislations. Because if you look at, for example, the IBC Act, it allows the president to first of all announce that vacancy, declare the vacancy of the IBC. Again, the president is involved now in constituting this team, the panel, the selection panel. The same president again is involved in mobilizing his MPs to make sure that they have, of course, quote unquote, a good candidate, a good commissioner. And therefore, for us to be able to make sure that we lock out the president from mishandling and misusing his powers by having a hand in these offices, the only way is to make sure that we push for amendment of these legislations. Once we have those amendments done by Parliament, then we can propose that the president does not have any role whatsoever. You know, we speak about the independent and the independence of these offices. Um, that one is only on paper, but not really practical. There's another question that a member also asked. I think it was on the question of recalling MPs. I think recalling MPs, a colleague highlighted that we cannot recall MPs at the moment. I think my reading of the law is that we can recall these MPs, even as it is right now. The only challenge that we will conducting a by-election. However, recalling an MP is very simple. The fact that under the case, the Katiba Institute case that declared certain sections of the Election Act unconstitutional, did not whatsoever in any way suspend Article 104 of the Constitution. And therefore, once a member, a Kenyan, and an electorate can confirm that and prove that this MP is incompetent or has conducted a gross violation of the Constitution, the only thing to do is to file a petition, and the same petition signed by at least 30% of the registered voters in that constituency. Once that is done, the same is forwarded to the IEBC. The purpose of forwarding the IEBC mainly is to undertake verification, just verifying those signatures. Once the signatures have been verified, then the only thing the IBC does is to forward the same to the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Speaker shall inform that member of Parliament. If the member of Parliament does not challenge the said petition, and also, or if the court upholds that petition, then the IBC will conduct a by-election. So I think the problem that we might have only here is the question and the area and the stage of conducting the by-election. But for verification of the signatures, we don't need the commissioners. The IBC, the only problem we're having here in this case is the commissioners. The commissioners do not conduct the verification. The IBC still has staff, and even as I was speaking, you go to the IBC offices, you will be assisted. Work is going on at the IBC. The only place that we'll have a challenge with is when you get to the stage of now conducting the by-election. However, if you want to remove your MP, you're good to go. We can assist, rather I can assist in that process. As far as we have the 30% signatures, IBC, as it is right now, can still verify those signatures. And that MP can be removed. So the fact that certain sections under Katiba case were declared unconstitutional does not really suspend the Constitution, and specifically Article 104. So I think that is the only areas that I was asked to respond. Unless there are any question, I'll be very, very willing to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to pick up a little of where you have left, you see, the biggest part of this mess that we are in as a country is because of the failures of Parliament to exercise its mandate independently. Because the three arms of government are supposed to be independent of each other, and they're supposed to check each other, checks and balances, separation of powers. So in a functional country, in a country with functional arms of government, in fact, Parliament would have impeached the president by now for failure to constitute IEBC, because when you look at Article 145 of the Constitution, the one that talks about removal of the president by impeachment, the grounds given are gross violation of a provision of the Constitution or any other law, reasons for believing that the president has committed a crime under national or international law, or gross misconduct. Ground A now, violation of the Constitution or any other law. Failing to constitute the IEBC within the required timelines is a violation of the IEBC Act. It is also a violation of Article 97, because without an IEBC to conduct by-elections in those constituencies where vacancy has arisen, then we are essentially, illegally amending 97 1A, because especially where now the time for by-election has already become ripe. And then it is also a violation of Article 111 and 2 and 2.1. Article 1.2. Sorry, the people may exercise their power directly or through elected representatives. So some people in those constituencies where by-elections have not been conducted have been denied an opportunity to exercise their powers. Also, membership of the National Assembly. Also, the IEBC Act. Those are laws that are there, they're not suggestions. And so in a functional country, if Parliament was not pocketed by the president, there would be conversations for impeachment of the president on basis of violating those laws. And I have seen so many DMs from people. Please keep DMing. I'll keep reading as many as I can, asking questions. And I agree with the sentiment that have been sent by many users. Yes, as we agitate for this IBC and all these things as an accountability measure, we also need to amplify our voices for these other institutions to also be accountable, like the ones abducting people. Those abductions must stop. Abducted people must be returned, because there are some who are taken and they have nobody on Twitter to speak for them. And the police officers or the specific units conducting these abductions and illegalities need to be held to account. In fact, there should even be compensation for people whose rights were violated through abductions and being held incommunicado. You all had the deputy president live on national television admitting that there have been abductions, and even one of the persons abducted and held incommunicado for 18 hours is the son of the Attorney General. If that can happen to the son of the Attorney General, what is happening to the other people who are not sons of Attorney General? In fact, as we call for this IEBC to be reconstituted so that we can move forward with that agenda, it is also, I believe, right to call for resignation of all the people involved in that security chain, starting from the Cabinet Secretary to the Inspector General of Police, to the Director General of the National Intelligence Service, all those. And perhaps it is time to have a conversation on amendment of the IEBC Act so that in the event the president fails to constitute that selection panel, we have a recourse. Because as it stands now, the president can just refuse to constitute the panel, and there's nothing, or there seems to be nothing anybody can do, especially when parliament is pocketed. Perhaps we should amend that legislation so that it allows any person, once that threshold of the 7 days to constitute the panel has been passed, the 7 days to issue the notice, and the 14 days to constitute the panel has been passed without that panel being composed and operationalized, we should amend, or we should seek for amendment of that act so that any person can now move the Constitutional Court either to constitute that panel or to compel Parliament to constitute the panel. And there's PLO talked about the dangers of militarization and all that, and mentioned something about the court retaining residual powers to oversee rights are not breached. Now, these same courts that have been unable to address, or rather, through which we have been unable to conclusively address breach of rights by police officers, are telling Kenyans, or rather this particular justice is telling Kenyans that he will hold military officers accountable. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Perhaps I will hand over to the next speaker.
Kimuzi?
You have actually checked the question I posed in the DM, the election petition thing that I sent, the question that I sent you. And another thing, what I was actually proposing, because there are so many things that cannot happen right now. The president cannot dissolve the parliament because we all know the parliament is responsible for vetting the IEBC commissioners and everything. We cannot impeach the president without the IEBC. For most of the people joining the space, it's all about IEBC, because at this juncture, IEBC is so important in many things that there is even a constituency, or I don't know what happened. There is an MP that was supposed to be, there is a by-election that was supposed to be conducted, but it cannot happen because we don't have the IEBC quorum or something like that. So what I was suggesting is for the president to, because we know he's a conniving, pathological liar, like I said before, the only thing that we can believe if he is very, very sure, and what PLO said, I'm really sorry because I am from Eldoret too, and the people who are marauding the streets with like militia, actually they were sent by the governor and this MP who is dishing out 20 million in the church Arambes every Sunday, Oscar Sudi. He was the one responsible for organizing these people to go and attack innocent youth, because I am in contact with many people in Eldoret on ground, and they were responsible following all these people around and acting primitive like people back in before pre-colonial era or something like that. And something I want to say for Ruto, to regain trust in us, even a little bit, because you don't have a trust. If you lie and lie and lie, we know you're a liar. So the only thing that he can, because there is this report I saw being shared yesterday by Gerald Bitok and various senators and MPs affiliated with this Kenya Kwanza government. They were saying they want a committee before 7th of July to be of 100 members. I don't know who can. There is this movement is leaderless. So if you go, you're not with us. Like you're not like us. So there is something I said. What is in the power? What is the immediate thing that Ruto can do now? What is this immediate thing can do now? He can issue an apology. Last week he came on screen and he's threatening us, calling us treasoners and criminals. No, come and issue an apology for the people. And you're lying that 6 people died. Not 6 people died. We are almost now past 100 or 200. I don't know how many. This is not there is the Githurai, how people were murdered in Githurai and Rongai. People, Ruto should come and issue a public apology and give full compensation to the families of the victims. Anif has played and thanks to her, and we should really appreciate her because she has come through for most of the hospital bills. She has paid from Marsabit, from Isiolo to Kisumu to Homa Bay to Eldoret to Nakuru, I know, to Nyeri. What has the government done? Nothing. They are just. And one of the speakers, actually, it was PLO, I think, he talked about the MPs who are laughing behind Ruto while he was addressing the nation on when he rejected the finance bill, saying which development. Those kind of MPs. I actually saw John Waluke, who was actually sentenced to, I think it was 69 years or something, and 67 years, and he's still here. I don't know why the constitution is not working. And yesterday, while I was actually reading the constitution, I realized after reading the chapter 6, these people should not be in office. Only chapter 6, they are there unconstitutional because chapter 6 is about ethics. These people should not be in office. So the first thing I was talking about is let him issue an apology and give full compensation to the victims, the families of the victims, like Rex Minor, Evans, Eric Shieni, all these people, and we should actually talk. He should actually talk about it. They should recognize them because what are these? They are not people. The next thing is the removal of CS positions. Actually, for most of the people who doesn't know, the CS position, which is actually unconstitutional, they are paying them, and yet the doctors are requesting for money and they aren't being posted for internships. The doctors now, it's actually a dire situation that's happening in Kenya. The doctors are actually begging to get internship. The MOs are actually begging after going through school for 6-7 years. No, it should not be happening in Kenya. And many people are the ratio of doctors to patients in Kenya actually was looking at somewhere is 1 to 7,000, I think. And yet there are doctors who are not getting employment. The government is actually joking. And another one, I say he can reconstitute the entire cabinet, the likes of Linturi. Actually, my mom is a victim of fake fertilizers back in Eldoret. I don't know what Linturi is still doing in this cabinet. I don't know what he's doing. The failure of Galana Kulalu, this is where I really fell out with the Ruto's government because I have a whole list of 800 unemployed graduates from a program in Israel. They're unemployed in Kenya, very unemployed and desperate. And yet how can you start a program and it ends at 80%? Like, it doesn't make sense. These people should be put there, then we solve the food insecurity crisis in the country. But these people are artificially engineering this food security problem in the country. Another thing is they should fire all these cabinet. No one should remain there. Nakumicha go home. Moses Kuria, the stupid fella, should go. The Chirchir and Murkomen should just go home. These people are just silent now, making deals. They are making deals. You know, the problem with the current politicians we have, or they are not leaders. We call them politicians because they cannot lead anyone. They are not leaders. They are deal makers, and somebody who is a deal maker is very dangerous. Just like Ruto, because he's not a leader, he's a deal maker. Wherever there is a deal, he will go for that. And another one is arrest all these police officers who participated in the murder of innocent Kenyans. The one who is murdered, the one who is called Isaiah Ndumbo, is seen on live camera shooting somebody, and he's walking freely. He saw someone saying he's walking freely in town, knowing that nothing can be done to him. Arrest them and let them face dire consequences so that they cannot be, something like that cannot happen in the near future. Another thing is arrest all these NIS officers, DCI, who are abducting innocent influencers, and give it timeline of 7 July, which is supposed to be the day we are choosing this committee, which is non-existent actually, because we are leaderless. There is nothing like that. So let's give him 7 July. He does this so that we can restore faith in him, that he can reconstitute IBC before, I think the government is coming after recess in 22nd of July or 21st. It's after 21 days or something like that, so that we can actually believe him. But for now, we cannot believe him because there's nothing going on in Kenya. Somebody can do something and just get away with it. Sorry, I'm digressing from the main topic, but these the main points that I see he should actually do. And okay, let's continue. For most of the people who are in space, it's about the IBC, the role of IBC in all these demonstration now, and how important IBC is. And most of the speakers are lawyers. And if you're a lawyer or an advocate or a legal counsel, or just DM me and I'll add your speaker, or DM Diana, or DM any of the co-hosts. Then we shall add you. DM Eric, me, or Diana, and we'll add you so that you can actually contribute on this matter. Thank you, Diana. You can continue.
Thank you. There was a speaker. There's somebody who wanted to speak, but he has dropped off. Just give me 1 minute. Wakilis, if you're an Wakili, please DM me. I'm seeing some of the DMs, but when I go to accept the requests, you drop off. I don't know what is happening from my end. Patrick, you wanted to speak. Go on as I sort myself.
Thanks, Diana. Well,
don't be an orator, please. Please.
I'm beginning to too. Actually, the Senate passed the IBC Amendment Bill number 10 of 2024. So now what is happening is, because now the National Assembly is on recess, they have to come back on 23rd of July, because that is the only time we can now have the final bill sent to the president for assent. But as it stands, we're working with a dysfunctional Iebc, and equally, the voters of constituencies like Banisa, the two wards in Western, equally yet to replace the MP and the MCRs respectively. So they're missing out on what representative democracy would want. So I think that should be our priority. I mean, to have this bill, the IBC Amendment Bill number 10 of 2024, that bill by mid-July, or even not mid, but towards the end of July, we should be having a fully fledged, IBC, because as it stands, things are continuing being deteriorated. And at the end of the day, if we don't put this particular action, if we don't push for exactly what should be done, then everyone else will be complacent. I mean, they would assume, disorientation, dormancy, so that things don't actually move. Yeah, so that's what I would want to highlight.
Oringe?
Yes. I don't know whether you can hear me.
We can hear you.
I think maybe going forward, I think someone also highlighted and was asking whether the LSK with other stakeholders can be able to monitor these important bills. In fact, it is very simple to monitor these bills. When you go to the National Assembly website, you'll see the bills that have been presented, and there's a section for the bills tracker where you can track those bills in different stages. So I think it's just it's time that maybe all of us get involved and look at these very important bills. Some of them just pass without Kenyans noticing. So I think it's upon us to be vigilant enough and go through that website and look at the bills that are already in Parliament, which ones are at which stages, so that we can be able to track them and make sure that we don't fall prey to what we experienced recently with the finance bill. Thank you.
We have our senior Willis Evans Otieno. Willis, if you've accepted our request, my request to speak, kindly, the mic is yours. If you can hear me. Okay. Can anyone hear me? Kimuzi, can you?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Willis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The most important thing that I want to point out that we need to consider is that we are where we are because of a failure of institutions created in our constitution, and people are exercising their sovereignty directly. And Parliament having been breached and having been a major player in leading us to the current crisis, I do not see how it gains public trust to superintend over the developing of any legislation that is going to actualize the mandate of the people. That to me is what worries me, that those that institutions that we had put in place to assist, to oversee our governance are the ones who failed us, and the people have gone out in their numbers to claim their space. How then do we go back to the same institutions to midwife a process that they are guilty of? My proposal is this. This is actually a moment where you can have a national convention of the people, not led by the same institutions, to midwife a process that can come up, for example, with a legislative assembly that will work on what is identified as key priority areas to help us move towards giving people an opportunity to vote for their new representatives. Because if we leave it to Parliament, and remember this, the game of politicians is to tie you down. You go through their process, they will need 6 months, they'll take 8 months, 12 months. Before you know it, you've lost the momentum, you've lost the support or the commitment of the people to a particular cause. So my urge is that we should be very careful, and in a way, even in my view, not buy into a parliamentary process or led process that is going to midwife towards a new IEBC. It is not by coincidence that you don't have IEBC in place, fully constituted. Remember, the Cherera 4 resigned, the Chebukati retired, but actually they didn't resign. They were actually forced out of office, then they resigned. The Chebukati 3 retired, but the political class has intentionally never agreed on a framework to constitute the IEBC. What that means is this, that if you ever thought of recalling them, you'll never do it. They tell you there's no commission. If you ever thought of doing a referendum, they tell you there's no commission. So you will never make any political progress using the constitution. I invite Kenyans to consider this. The constitution of Kenya, in terms of priority, number one in the hierarchy of the state is the people. Number two, we have the people creating their republic. And number 3 is the constitution. Then number 4 are the institutions creating the constitution. Now, certain decisions will have to be made with the people now even saying we are now superior to our constitution. We are not going to be straitjacketed to do things as per the constitution. We look at the common good of the people. What do we need to do, taking into account the exigencies of the time? So that if we don't have an IEBC, but we need to recall members of parliament, for example, or we've lost trust in our members of parliament, or they are unable to pass these bills that were to constitute the IEBC. What decision can we make to say we as a people, we are proceeding with IEBC as it is, if we so desire, to conduct elections to recall members of parliament or to elect a new parliament? And the Supreme Court and the other courts should be alive to this reality that the people are exercising their direct sovereignty and they've donated part of that to an institution that's not fully constituted, and you allow those decisions to fly. But if we force ourselves to constantly say we must do things within the Constitution, I don't even think the Constitution itself had envisaged how the direct exercise of sovereignty, as we are doing now, can be exercised. It becomes almost impossible. And if you try that Constitution, we'll have a constant conflict between the people and the institutions, the people and the Constitution. But I do believe the people are more supreme to the Constitution. And we must now start thinking of ways to actualize the voices of the people. Finally, let me say this on the IBC. The current challenge we are facing today, in my view, will not be addressed until the people of Kenya go back to an election in whatever shape or form, to give a fresh mandate to William Ruto or to elect a new leadership that they so desire. The mandate that William Ruto and his parliament had been given has been taken away. And they will never gain the trust of the people. Whereas you thought that even a conversation could be done, you've seen the intransigency of the state, of the government, when people keep going out and they keep killing them. How then do you go back to that person and trust them to lead you to a new process? This direct exercise of sovereignty can only return us back to normalcy when we have an election and everybody who qualifies is allowed to contest and the people chooses who should lead them into the new phase of their governance. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Willis, just before you pass the mic, I'm getting
Yes.
questions as you're talking. There are people are asking for you to delve further into the national convention because it's a new idea that has been put on the floor. And thank you for you're a senior and you're guiding us. So if you could just guide us further, just a little bit more.
The national convention, in my view, number one, will not take off because when it comes to constituting the membership of that national convention, who are the people who have led to the protest or even to amplify the voice of the people? Look at the composition of that group, even just by design. You have religious leaders who, in a way, have been supportive of the oppression that Kenyans are going through. Number two, you have Council of Governors who are okay with the executive has been doing their things. You have National Assembly, you have political parties, and then you talk of two youth representatives. I mean, that's a system designed to weigh you down. It is not meant to achieve anything. There's no difference between the National Convention and NADCO or even BBI. Maybe even BBI tried to the extent that the politicians trying to find a solution to their own issues. But this particular one is designed that in the room, whoever is going to appear there as representing the youth, number one, you are going to sync with the executive. Number two, how even do you arrive at a representative of the young people to sit in that forum? You can only arrive at that representative through an election because there's nobody who leads from the Gen Z or the millennials who you can say is leading this movement. Everybody's a leader unto themselves. So they must donate their power to our representatives. Now, if you have a mechanism for them to donate their power to that representative, why not just then say, donate your power to that representative, and that representative now becomes your leader, your member of parliament or your president, so to speak. Where I sit, I don't see anything in the National Steering Committee that's being proposed. If anything, it is merely a platform that hopes, but I know it will not succeed. It hopes that it will drag this conversation, and then hopefully people start giving up on the fight, people lose hope, and they will not be able to sustain the pressure. I know how politicians think. Their first attempt is always that, okay, people will get angry, they will be distracted by other daily challenges, and they'll not be able to maintain the momentum. So the best way not to do something for politicians is to set up a committee. It's intentionally designed that way. Set up a committee, knowing very well the committee, whenever anybody will want to complain, you'll be told, now wait for the committee to sit. Whatever issue you raise, you'll be told, no, wait, that should be taken to the committee. Another issue raised, go to the committee. Before you know it, it is 6 months, it is 1 year down the line. How then do you galvanize popular support to put pressure on the politicians? They will have gotten what they want. They'll have gotten their 1 year reprieve. You will have lost the people. You cannot maintain a national conversation or even bring them back to the streets or even to Twitter to speak like we are speaking today. So my advice is we need to shun that national conversation, and anybody who will go to that route, I believe, will sink with the politicians who've led us to where we are today.
Definitely, definitely. I also think it's just a tactic because NADCO was there and it stalled for almost 1 year. This is a way to get the pressure down and to get people speaking so that it seems like they're listening, but in the actual sense, they're not. Any 2 cents you'd want to anything you'd want to impact more? As for the people who are joining in right now, this space was hosted by Kimuzi, but today he hosted it on a different side. It's to give the legal our legal side on the way forward on where we are as a country, having in mind that IBC is not constituted yet, and the way forward as of right now. And our senior counsel Willis was just giving us our way forward. And as we've been saying, we're leaderless. We have no leader. I'm also not. If you know me, I'm a very low key person, but I'm here just giving my civic duty. And Willis has also said the way that Ruto wants to speak to us, it's just a diversionary tactic. Nothing will work. Nothing will work. But if you could reiterate the way forward, I liked what you said, so that the people who've just joined, because I'm seeing an influx of people to get what you say, that will be good. And then we can give the space to our next person.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to say, in my view, we must reject any overtures that is going to come from William Ruto or Parliament. We are in this crisis because of the failures of those institutions that they had. They are the ones who led us here. And the people of Kenya, for the first time, have self-mobilized to create a national moment that recognizes their sovereignty. So the first step, we must reject the NADCO this National Steering Committee route. We don't take it. And number two, we are at a moment where the people have to design a way that they are going to exercise their direct sovereignty and donate part of that sovereignty to an elected group. And that will only happen once an election is held. And we cannot hold elections if we keep being told that you must do it within the purviews of what the Constitution provides, the existing laws. Those laws are at the present designed to make sure that you never have an election. Now, we have reached a point where if we must progress, we must recognize the Constitution is inferior to the people. The people are superior. Allow the people to find their own way to donate their mandate to a new set of leaders. William Ruto, if he so desires, can contest that election. Members of Parliament in office, if they so desire, they can contest that election. But we must have a fresh slate of leaders who will have the goodwill of the people and the trust to execute the mandate in a fresh way, but again within the defined terms that recognize the people as the ultimate superior. Anything short of that, I do not see how William Ruto and his Parliament are going to regain the trust that they have on the people. If anything, their conduct going forward has been informed by speaking soft but playing hard. The more you go out to the streets, you're seeing more killings, you're seeing more abductions. So they are doing everything that invites you to a room purely with a view to weigh you down, to drag you through a process. And a politician, whenever he tells you, come to a committee, come to a room, all he's thinking of is how to postpone the problem and to have another new day, because to them, every day counts. Every day he's in office, he's happy. Doesn't care whether you've addressed your issue or not. So I urge our people, finally, is that we must reject any overtures from the executive or the legislature we must say our reducible minimum is that we must have a fresh mandate to whoever the people are going to vote for, that we can say as they are confidence to carry on with our leadership going forward. Anything in between, we must continue exercising our sovereignty directly as it's happening today. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Perhaps
Willis.
let me ask Willis questions. Seeing if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Mine is a follow up because I share with you the issue of Iebc, because from the word go, I believe Iebc's crippling was deliberate, so that in the event we not make it to 2027, in between there's nothing much that the commission can do. But my concern is you've raised very pertinent issues with regards to the issue of recalling and bringing these MPs to account. But what is the current position, or rather, what is the current route that we can take other than invoking Article 1 of the Constitution, whereby now the people have to take the mantle and invoke themselves, so to speak? What is the current route, constitutionally speaking? Is there a possibility of us compelling the forces that be to constitute the commission? And my concern is coming up from the point of through the courts. That is the issue. Perhaps you can shed light on, because there's also the other route of our courts. I cannot say they're clean, so to speak, because we saw the other day the ruling that came from the High Court in Milimani, where the judge tells us that the KDF is proper to proceed and go to the streets. Maybe you can shed more light on those two issues, because those are the IBC Commission is actually the quagmire that unlocks the entire issue.
Okay, let me say this. In my view, it is the failures of the Constitution that has given us this moment. Those institutions that have been set up in the Constitution and the people are manning them. Now, anytime you think that you're going to make progress by going back to those same institutions, understand this. You are simply playing back into the hands of the people who caused the problem. And you've said it rightfully, that even when the court recognized in the KDF ruling that the law was not followed, the court proceeds to say, okay, I'm giving you 2 days to follow the law, but your deployment was legal. I mean, the moment you found that the law was not followed, as a court, you limit it there. The Gazette notice is null and void. Terminate. If they want to start the process afresh, that is up to them. But you're seeing the courts actually going out consciously to assist the executive to achieve what they want. So also, my question, if you go to the court, you try to solve this problem using the courts. The courts are part of this system. The courts will also say, okay, the IBC cannot be, you cannot have any recall clause for an MP because the IBC is not fully constituted. Then now you start questioning your own legitimacy that have been told by the courts, I must wait for the IBC to be constituted. For IBC to be constituted, you have a selection committee, it must go through a parliamentary process. The same parliament that you want to recall, they will drag it. We must accept this is a moment where we are saying we do not recognize all these institutions. We do not recognize the people who have been elected to represent us. We are exercising our sovereignty directly and sustain the pressure at that level. And any conversation should be a conversation that is meant to actualize the mandate and the wish of the people, not telling the people, go back to your constitution. You are trying to use the constitution as an instrument to undermine the voice of the people. In fact, a friend of mine was telling me that if we are not careful, what has happened in Kenya is that we created a constitution which was meant to actualize the power of the people. But the same system that has been in place in this country, that system has now turned and they have hijacked the constitution. And they're using the constitution to undermine you when you want to actualize your rights. So that even when you say I have a right to protest, you are being told that the police the state can deploy the army when you are exercising your right to protest. And the court has legitimized that kind of deployment. Now, if you are a slave to the constitution, you'll say, it's the constitution that is now enslaving me. No. You must say, my constitution has been captured. My constitution has been kidnapped. Now, I am no longer going to subject myself fully to that constitution. I am exercising my sovereignty directly. And any conversation should be, how do we actualize this going forward? Don't get caught up in any conversation where you're told whatever you're doing must be done within the constitution. We are not in normal times. This is a moment where the people are speaking beyond their parliament, for example. It means the Article 1, only the Article 1 of the Constitution is now in force here, which says sovereignty resides in the people of Kenya and they can exercise it directly. We are now doing direct exercise. And going forward, if you desire us to donate it, then we must have a national conversation where we are saying, IBC as it is, for example, IBC proceed to conduct elections, force all these members of parliament to resign. If Kenya Kwanza is Kenya Kwanza, as they say, Kenya Kwanza means this in English, Kenya first. If William Ruto and his Kenya Kwanza truly believe in their party mantra of Kenya Kwanza, Kenya first, then they must put the country first. And all of them need to resign and say, you people of Kenya, have a fresh moment to elect your leaders. We will also offer ourselves to be considered. And the people will donate their sovereignty to that new group. When that is done, we'll be able to move forward. But the more they tell you, go back to the constitution, go back to these institutions, the people will not buy that. And they'll only be trying to do it with a view to undermine your continued quest to liberate yourselves. Look at even the church. I mean, the church played a key role in chaperoning what we are witnessing. They ended up assisting in eroding our political system. But they're the first group that William Ruto has met with to agree on a way forward. And they were even lambasting the young people who are going out on the streets. They have not even visited a single person who has been shot by police. They have not spoken against police brutality. Now, how do you now turn to those to be the midwives of a national conversation? We will not have a national conversation until it is a genuine conversation that has a target. The target should be, we'll have a fresh election, let everybody who desires contest and offer themselves, and the people can now surrender back part of their taken sovereign powers to this new group of leaders. And I want to remind you, just as I conclude, I want to remind you of a similar incident in 1997, 96, no, 98, 97, 98. PLO, I can see, is on the call. He was part of that process. When Moi was trying to amend the constitution and came up with the Guy Commission, and the people of Kenya came up with their own People's Convention on amending the constitution. And the people of Kenya were actually they were recognizing the People's Convention, not the Moi Guy-led commission, until when Guy used his wisdom and said, no, I will not proceed to amend this constitution, review this constitution, unless I bring together the Moi commissioners and the People's-led convention. And that is how we ended up having the joint now Professor Yashpal Guy-led constitutional commission. So we must maintain our space outside the state until they will come and talk to us outside their structures. That is when we'll be able to make progress. But don't go to their own structures. Thank you.
Thank you, Willis. And just before you drop the mic, I have a question. Just to pick up from where you've said, and it's true, law is always an evolving creature. And right now we've evolved to the point where we feel the institutions and the law in place is not voicing our concerns as we are doing directly. And it's true, we are taking our power back because Article 1 is power is for the people of Kenya. We just vest it on representatives. So the question over here is, people want you to paint a direct picture of how we can use our superiority to reconstitute IBC after now the Kenya Kwanza, as they call themselves, and as you've said, Kenya Kwanza, they should put Kenya first. And if indeed, by the way, criminals as you are called, and right now we are children and our sons and daughters, if indeed Kenya Kwanza regards us as their children, they should put Kenya first. And if they truly believe in themselves, they should step down and they should go back to the people and ask the people again for their votes again. But how do we do this, having in mind right now that the IBC vacuum and all that?
The one way that I will propose, I've done elections in countries that are going through almost similar, okay, but not to the level that Kenyans were special, have been. Sometimes people
Can you guys hear Willis, or is it just me?
We can't hear him. But I was thinking I can mention something about it.
I lost
Yeah,
you.
we lost you.
Yes, we lost you
Can you
completely
hear me
when
now?
you started talking. If you could just
Okay, sorry.
reiterate yourself.
So the first thing is that in instances where there's loss of trust between the people and institutions in place, in some countries, what they consider is you set up an international elections commission where you decide, okay, we don't trust your people, you don't trust our people. Let's look for an independent panel of an election panel to come and oversee our elections. For example, if you look at the referendum elections for South Sudan, that led to the separation of that country from North Sudan, it was an international panel that came up, a three-man panel, UN mandated, with a specific mandate. You must do elections within this period of time, and everybody agreed we'll accept the outcome of that election. So also in Kenya, if we cannot, in a round table, which round table as it is now, you cannot have all of us having a round table with William Ruto and his team. We cannot agree. We should consider an option of having a panel of independent election management body. They can work with the infrastructure of Iebc that exists and even the personnel of Iebc. And you call for a fresh election and the people go to that election. But of course, the other side will tell you, no, we must do everything as per our law. We are a sovereign country. We are a sovereign republic. We must appoint Iebc commissioners the way we normally do. But what will happen? Will we trust them? The other option will be we say, okay, fine then, do a bipartisan approach between the parliamentary political parties. But do we trust parliamentarians? That's another question. If, for example, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza were to sit down and say, okay, we are giving these names of people to become Iebc commissioners within the shortest time possible. Their mandate is to organize elections for the people of Kenya within the shortest time possible. Will the people of Kenya trust them? That's an option we can consider. Force them to only discuss one thing, constitute Iebc in the shortest time possible. We don't trust you, but on the question of Iebc, we'll allow you to nominate and have them in office within the shortest time possible. That is option 2. Option 3 is you go the route that what is going on with the Makanda-led panel. They conclude their interviews and set up an IEBC for you. But of course, that process also, some people may argue, okay, that commission is heavily influenced by people from the executive or Kenya Kwanza, appointees or nominees or people aligned to Kenya Kwanza. My conclusion is that in the circumstances, the best is international election management, overseeing elections. That's the best. But I'm alive to the fact that Kenyans, we love our sovereignty, we love our independence. We don't want anybody coming from outside to tell us how to conduct our elections. The compromise will be we have parliamentary political parties, as much as we've lost trust in our parliament and we don't trust those members of parliament, to nominate the commissioners. And these commissioners become commissioners for a very short period. They are tasked with only one responsibility. You are a commissioner to oversee only this election and you're out. So it becomes like an independent interim commission that will only oversee an election and they're out. And we decide, okay, we don't trust them, but for the sake of making progress, we'll participate in an election that they conduct. So a political parties, interpolitical parties, dialogue forum, led IEBC that can oversee that election. The best for me would have been if we as a group could be the ones to come up with even also contribute to the number of some of the commissioners in that commission. But my suggestion is remaining faceless as we are, remaining leaders as we are, we will never be able to choose somebody or a commissioner to go and represent us. So we should continue the way we are. We should never have a leader. We should never have a face, but we should be able to express our sentiments in regard to whoever is being proposed to occupy a particular office that is meant to that was to be meant to midwife an election. Thank you.
Thank
Can
you.
I be allowed to add to that? Because I think it's important.
Sure.
It's important that we talk about the illegitimacy of the government of the day. I think for me, I've been in the space before, and I have mentioned that we have been looking for those who have been abducted, and in all instances, not in one of the instances where the parties have been involved in, people. The latest one was thrown next to a river by police officers. You get orders from court, you present them to an OCS or to the police station, and these guys do not honor these orders. you have the parliamentarians themselves from the Azimio side, for example, coming to talk. For example, Okuda, you saw a press conference. The parliamentarians are helpless, and what we are doing right now, this morning, as we are speaking, a friend of mine was also abducted, and these abductions are happening. Personally for me, like it's something which is happening. And when we talk about, I think I'll speak to Kimuzi because he talked about it, and also we were in high school together at Kapsabet. So you remember when you used to have prefects used to cane us, and I remember standing up against it, and I remember being threatened with poisoning by one of the teachers there, and I
Yeah,
remember.
I remember actually because I started a movement called the anti-Karao, the anti-prefect movement back in high school.
So this started this movement really has always been with us, and when we compromise, when we stand back, like when you get into this situation, and we start even to you see constituting IBC, like Willis just talked about. Where are we going back to? We're going back to the parliament, and the parliament is going to take us full circle again. If we start to discuss, for example, moving towards recalling MPs. I was talking to the guys, one of the guys who started recall.ke, because one of the motivations when we were discussing is we want to collect the signatures. We collect the signatures. If, for example, in my constituency, we start collecting the signatures, because we are collecting the signatures there, and we get to the requisite number of signatures, we take them to IEBC. We approach. It's a statement we are making, because on Tuesday I'll be out. For me, I'll be out. Actually, I'll be traveling. But I mentioned that some time back. I'll be traveling. I'll be there physically, and I'll be participating and ensuring this movement keeps going. And if I start to think about IEBC from the legal perspective, I will not do anything. Nothing will happen. The pressure will recede, and what will happen is I will be the next person to be. Okay, there's that risk that I can be kidnapped. There's that risk that I can be abducted and arbitrarily arrested. But here's the thing: when we're talking about the injustice that is happening, when we're approaching, we're looking for this for the ladies and gentlemen who are being abducted, as the law society, as the lawyers body, and as members of our society, as citizens, we have the power to do these things, because the government has now failed. If we start taking things back to the government, we are really just giving up. But if and I think I can speak to that, when we started, I just mentioned the name of the principal at the time, Kipchumba Mayo. When we started it, I was at the forefront, and by the time I was suspended for incitement. I refused to go. My parents were called, sent home. Then I came back, still was set. This is how things should be happen, and it ended. Obviously, after I left, they were telling me that things started to go back to normal. But I know something about when we relent, when we start pleading with our oppressors, telling them, oh, now do this for us. What is going to happen eventually is we are delegating the power to them. Right now they are powerless, but now we are starting to give them the power, because who are going to push for a constitution of IEBC. When I was reading it, I was just thinking to myself, it's Kina Kimani Ichung'wah who are going to do this, or is it who else is going to do it? And this is the time for them to start going for that. And I know if we still, this movement, not necessarily even when you're talking about Occupy Parliament, it was a matter of taking the power back from the parliamentarians. So we are speaking to them. We are telling them that the power is ours, and that's what is happening in the grassroots. We go back to the grassroots, and we go and tell the MP that the power is ours, and he knows the power is ours, you see, and he trembles knowing that he when he comes back to Wamachoge Church, Alpha Miroka voted yes from my constituency. When he gets back there, he knows that the power belongs to us, you see. And if we push like that, if we push them that way, even if this government is disbanded, when you're talking about the constitutional quagmire, It is not something which cannot be cured. It is something that the judiciary can find a framework to ensure that this happens. Because what if right now an MP or somebody dies? Does it mean that these people are not going to be represented up to 2027? What if you get to 2026 and Ruto tells Kimani, Chungwa, and the rest, and tells them, guys, we're not constituting the IEBC. We'll stay along. What will happen? Will we go back to these people and tell them constitute it? Because they have refused clearly. They will refuse. They will do this up to 1 year to the election. And we know that 1 year to the election, there's no recalling of an MP. There's no recalling of anybody. You wait for the election time. This is the long game that they are playing. And for the dialogues, here out Mikata, I'll just say that is not something that we are doing. We have had dialogue. The power is the power that we have delegated is to the MPs, and the MPs are failures. They're the ones who should have been representing us. Now he's coming back to us to tell me what you want me to do. We elected you to do what we want you to do. Like, now give us somebody. It's like we're electing new people to be able to run the government. Why don't he then resign? Because he clearly doesn't know what he's doing. Let them all resign because they do not know what they're doing. Break down the government, then we can go to elections. One way or the other, we'll find a way. That's the message I can give. If we start going back to the oppressor, because clearly the vital aspect is reconstituting IEBC. I don't know if there's any other way of reconstituting IEBC in the legal framework other than the one which we're going back to plead with the MPs who are clearly against us. I think for the petitioning, and I think maybe I can urge Willis and PLO, and we were talking with a few others, we can work on seeing if we can exhaust the legal framework, the law, the judicial system, so that we can petition and see if somebody was saying that somebody is going to make a petition. I know somebody is going to make a petition this week. Who is going to make that petition if you're not going to make that petition? We really need to band together right now. That draft the papers and the petition right now. On Monday morning or Tuesday morning, we are there. We are
Baraka,
talking.
can I interrupt you?
Okay.
Yeah, we've been like all Kenyans, even Willis, there's this thing of state capture. So how are we going back to the same institutions? Not to say that our judiciary has been captured, but like I think most of us, even people in the DMs, the trajectory that Willis has led us to, I think that's the trajectory that we should use, because suffocating or putting all the voices down to a petition, and then let's say the petition doesn't go our way, it will be those ones of, okay, we heard you, this was your voice, and now it's, our voice is above that, I think, right now. What people are saying, I think, is not something that has been envisaged, so to say. And if I'm not wrong, that's the same trajectory that our senior council had. And I think that's the trajectory that we should have, because that also puts us in a space, and I think, let me speak as a common man, inatoka kwa space ile wanataka tena kutuanza kutuongelesha, hatutaki hizo kuongea zao.
Yeah, definitely. I think that puts us in a quagmire. I was speaking when we were organizing. I won't go into details because that's something which is yet to happen. I know government operatives are definitely listening into this space. Kimuzi, you have been mapped, so everything you're organizing, there's somebody listening, and they're listening in, and that's the unfortunate thing. So I was talking to some of my members at my locals, and they were asking me, like, is this fight really worth it? Is this fight really worth it? And I was pointing out to them, and I was explaining to them what essentially we are doing is the inverse is worse. If we sit back and decide, okay, now we have raised our hands, it is worse than if we do not speak up. If we do not, in whatever space that we are in, if we do not stand up. So I think what the point that some of the people, whenever somebody says that these institutions have failed, but it doesn't mean that we stop trying. It doesn't mean that we sit back and do not, make petitions, push some of these agendas. You see, we understand that this is something which is happening. Like the judiciary might not make orders that are favorable because they're even themselves afraid of police officers. A judicial officer makes an order and the police just ignore it as if it's a Makanga somewhere who was just saying something in passing, you see. And it doesn't mean that we do not try, because there's something about, when we make a petition, when you keep pushing for somebody to resign, even if he won't resign, doesn't mean that it is not worth trying. If that's the nini we could have gone with into the reject finance bill, that it will not succeed, then we will have stepped back. We will fight the government because the government has failed us. We'll continue to fight for the people of Kenya. We'll continue to be able to say that this is wrong, political injustice is happening. We'll continue collecting evidence of these atrocities that are being perpetrated by the police officers in their line of duty, some of them working under the office of the president. We'll continue to fight for these people who are powerless. It doesn't mean that we say that, hey, this is not going to happen, so we sit back. It means that we continue going to court, seeking orders, because the framework is there, really. It is there. And we keep exercising our mandate as lawyers in the legal space and as citizens of the country. And we take back the authority that these people we have given to these people. If the Constitution provides for how I can recall my MP, but a body which has refused, which is not in existence, I can go to the court and say, I have done my bit, but now this bit is missing, and the people have spoken. Now let's make sure that this body exists, one way or the other. If this government is unable, we can be able to we can petition still the courts, even if it might not succeed. We can still petition the court to ensure that the National Assembly is recalled completely, because they have now failed. I know it's a long game and it might not work, but we need to try the areas we can as we continue in the mass action back in the grassroots and here in Nairobi.
Thank you, Baraka. That is true. And in history, we all have our parts. So the advocates that are LSK, I know is going to go to court. I'm not disputing that. People who are going to go to court and file petitions, that's also part of the pressure that is being applied everywhere. I think we have Willis Senior. Before I give anybody else the mic, would you have anything else to say?
I have nothing more to add at this point. I just like how the debate is going, but I just urge, as my concluding remarks, is that for the first time, the people of Kenya have power in their hands. It rarely happens that you get power in the people. Normally, it happens on election day, of which after in the evening, you find the politicians start playing around with how they distribute it. You don't even know if your voice has actually counted. But this is the first time that we've gotten power back in our hands without an election process. We must jealously guard that power that we've taken. For convenience, decide to accommodate politicians in their quest to take this thing back to what they perceive as normalcy. This power, I don't think there's any other country you can think of in the recent past that has managed to do it the way we've done it up to this point. The ones who've done it, in most cases, they've had revolutions. As now we have it in our hands, while the politicians are in office. We must jealously guard and protect it. Don't give it back to them. Continue with the demonstrations, continue with the agitation, until the terms of engagement are in favor of the people, not in favor of the politicians. That is when you engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Willis. Thank you for your amazing remarks. Thank you for your legal 2 cents. Godha na Godha tena. Umesikia kitu Willis amesema? That's our senior. Okay.
Could I speak?
Odwar, let's let new speakers speak. Odwar, if you could speak.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. And first, what I would like to focus on is now the practical challenges that we would face when we want to now reconstitute the Iebc, because now you could see now it is a big goal we do have, but it is also important we appreciate that we do not have the luxury of time And let us just consider how the process would typically roll on. And this is borrowing from the previous instances where we've had IEBC commissioners appointed. So what would happen? Probably now there would be a call for people to make their applications, right? So we do have that. Then probably the executive will impress on these guys to take a lot of time. Probably they'll even have more people send applications. So now they'd have to sift through these things. Then now what would they have to do? It would be to shortlist the guys who would be eligible to be commissioners. And you see now, even as from the previous speakers, I have seen that we have made a lot of reference to the courts. But even it is not just us who have good intentions that have access to the courts. So what is likely to happen? Immediately somebody is not shortlisted, it is likely somebody will rush to court and say, actually, this process should be frozen further because on my part, there is no justification as to why I have been left out of that list. Yeah, so we'll probably be dealing with that. Suppose even that doesn't happen, then I have shortlisting. What happens thereafter would be having interviews. So now we do not know how many people would be shortlisted. Actually, the executive could impress on these guys who are in the panel to select about 80 candidates, even 60, and buy time. Because we have seen there is nothing beyond these guys. It is something they could do to drag out the process as long as possible, and then finally they now choose whoever they want to choose. Yes, now we have these guys who have been proposed commissioners of the IEBC. What happens next? Another hurdle. Now they have to go to Parliament, where these guys who we are disenfranchised with whom we are murdered, they would have to vet these guys. That is what we are talking about. And so you could see now, this is a process that definitely they will drag it out. Not that we should not follow it, but now we should just keep that in mind and know that it is not as easy. Yes, the law is there, but we have seen these guys, they are willing to bend the law. And in fact, there are some things which we have thought for a long time that they should be common sense. But now the way the nation is going, we now have to ensure that everything we dot our I's and cross our T's for even the most minute of details. And now that we've talked about that, now how do we address that? Now the thing is, as a part of this movement, we have to ensure that we sustain momentum. And how do we do so? Because there are many other grievances even beyond this. Because while we are having this as one of the goals that we have to pursue, there are many other grievances which do not need the Parliament. And some of them which actually can be done immediately, and others, of course, some making bigger statements than others. And let's go to these because
Odor, could I interrupt you for 1 minute to just I'm seeing something that's happening, and I think I should bring it to light, considering we are talking about the legal aspect right now. I'm seeing Alfred Keter has been abducted. Yeah, Alfred Keter has been abducted. Guys, are you seeing why we are fighting a very big demon right now in this country? In broad daylight, abductions are happening. It's like we are back to the Moi era. We can't let this happen. We must keep on fighting. We must keep on fighting, and we must not relent. Continue, Dwar.
Yes. So now just picking up on that. So now from everything, the sum of what is all that is happening, it is clear that these guys are not listening to us, but what they are doing is pacifying us, buying time. And so the most immediate concern that we should focus on, even as we move forward towards this aspect of the IEBC, is to discipline our political class. Because everything that we are having here in terms of the excessive expenditures comes from indiscipline of the political class. And now, how do we do so? Of course, there are certain things now that we need also to make a statement. And you have seen now that from this month, these guys are having a salary increase. And if you saw the justification for that increase, when they tabled it, it is to shield them from the rising cost of living. So now this shows that we are having two systems. These guys are having systems that work for them, but misery for the rest of us. So some of the things we should be demanding is that in terms of these salaries, it should be rolled back to whatever to where it was, because now because now there is no justification. You cannot be passing bad laws and then now all you do is just cushion yourself from it. So that is one thing we have to pursue. Second thing, we have a lot of functions which are usually convened using taxpayers' money with little to no benefit. In fact, some of them have negative impact. There are these things we have normalized. I will just point it out. We have normalized these things called National Prayer Breakfast. These guys go to State House, they meet there, now they have, and they spend a lot of money in terms of logistics, in terms of food, in terms of everything, praying over the same problems that they are causing. You know, of course, the thing is, if you want to pray as a nation, there's no problem in us praying. But if they want to pray, then those prayers should be held in church, because the church is always open. And so there's no, and so we'll not be using a lot of public funds in terms of just creating optics. And then the next thing we have to address, it is the manner in which these guys sneak bills into Parliament. And you know, for a lot of the listeners, I know you have heard today about bills which you never knew even existed. And in fact, you wonder, and probably maybe you might even have checked at some point and it wasn't there. Then you come back, let's say 2-3 days later, and something has just been so fast-tracked. And what this Parliament does, now you'd find there are some MPs who are now infamous for now moving motions to reduce the publication period for different bills, and especially they are very contentious. So you'd find even some bills, would you believe it, some of them, they are published for only 1 day. And you see now, look at how we are being overwhelmed by different things at this moment. Now people are being shot, some are being kidnapped. Now they are being proposed now for a huge committee in which now over 100 people. Now even if you can imagine how 100 people would work. So now we are dealing with those things. Now if a bill was to be published today with all the things that are going on, we will miss it. That is guaranteed, because we are so overwhelmed. So these are the things now that we also have to address. And another thing is, I'm almost concluding. A very bad precedent has been set by Justice Mugambi, and I would like you guys to appreciate the impact of that ruling and what it means, not just now, but in the future, because. As other speakers have rightly pointed out, in terms of the justification, the rationale being that now we are trying to, now that the court says that we need now to the KDF to support the police in order now to safeguard life and property. What do we know? These same politicians, they're the ones who pay goons to go and break into people's properties, right? Second, you find now these politicians are the same guys who order police officers to go and shoot people. And so, suppose the anger we have towards the political class subsists all the way to 2027. It is not beyond them to manufacture a crisis, to send people out. You have seen people out in Eldoret now being sent out with weapons and everything else. They would manufacture a crisis so that KDF would be deployed around the election time. It is very possible. So now what would happen? Because now I would believe the general consensus is, even when it comes to any electoral process, we'll have to be very vigilant to ensure that our will counts. And I've seen a lot of people talking about now that in terms of once we vote, definitely we cannot now be told now to just leave the polling stations as usual and let these guys cook numbers. So now what would happen? They could just post KDF so that those guys now, they don't negotiate with you. You finish, they kick you out of that place, and then they remain and just do unspeakable things. And then finally, in terms of this push for dialogue, it is very ill-advised, and this is the reason, because there is that facet which we call Utu, you know, where now in terms of a government that actually cares for its people, and it is seen in the action of its leaders. Let me just point out the precedent. Now, if you will recall, the president has never spoken about any crisis, any tragedy in Kenya. Let me list a few. We had the issue of femicide. Nothing, no comment. He's out there on the plane every other day. If he's not flying, he's lying. That is the mantra. Let's talk about the fire incident, the illegal gas filling point explosion. No comment at all. Even when it comes to the floods here, there had to be a lot of outcry for this guy to actually just come out and start just visiting people, not even doing something. Yes, and then now, what is the decision? What is the solution they decide to prescribe? They go and now demolish people in the less affluent areas. I don't know if you're seeing now in terms of what is happening, and the people that now would volunteer into this thing.
Are you guys listening to him?
He dropped off his mic. I don't know. His mic is. I think he's having. Anyway,
There is
guys.
the uncommon sense here. They proposed he had something to talk about.
Mhm.
Hi guys. I hope you can hear me.
We can, yes, we can.
Great. Thanks, Kimuzi. Some of the things I wanted to talk about, I think have already been spoken about. Willis eloquently spoke about how the people can take back the power from those who that power has been delegated to. I think most countries, not just Kenya, the people haven't really exhausted, especially those chapters or those articles in their constitutions that describe or articulate the sovereignty of the people. In Kenya, that would be Article 1, which under subsection 1 says, all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this constitution. I think what we need to understand is that the constitution itself is a document that is given power by the people, and it is given life by the people, and not the other way around. And it is the people who can take that power off or from the constitution itself, as well as those to whom power the people have delegated. I'm not going to belabor some of the many points that were made, but I think what we need to be alive to is the following. Regardless of who is in power, I think we need to understand that the very nature of human beings is that we are evil. So it really doesn't matter who is in power as long as they do not have the fear of God or the fear of the people that then drives their pursuit to deliver for the people. So for me, there are several things that would make it very difficult to change this country, especially even if we completely change the system. For example, let me just give you an example. The budget itself, recurrent expenditure stands at 1.1 trillion. What does that go to serve? That goes to serve close to about 1 million people who work in national government. We have another 600,000 people, close to 600,000, that work in county government. The question as Kenyans is, we must ask ourselves, why do we require, for example, why do we require 1 million people in government? Essentially, we have made government an employment bureau. I think we really need to get rid of almost 3/4 of the population of the people working in government. For anyone who has visited, an office, whether county or national, more than half of those people do not work at all. So they are not required. So what we really must change is the conversation and the mediocrity in our politics. The bigger government is, or rather the greater the bureaucracy in government, the more difficult it is to audit and the easier it is to steal. That is why every government across the world always wants to become bigger. We should take the contrary direction and make government as small as possible. Government should really get the hell out of people's way. Just essentially regulate and make legislation to allow the public do their business and thrive, not become an employment bureau. For me, I think that is the direction we need to, excuse me, that is the direction we need to take our politics, that we reduce government as much as possible. We do not need 1.5 million people working in government. No, those people can better serve this country as private citizens to do their own biasharas, not create a government that then people or the public does biashara with government. I think I'll leave it at that and let the rest speak.
Thank you. Could I proceed? Acheng?
You can go ahead.
Thank you. Well, my observation on this whole matter is the fact that we have some sections of the judiciary being captured by the executive, and we have recently seen the KDF street patrol order. And as we can recall, last year, the Judge Thande blocked the implementation of the Finance Act 2023, and for that she got a transfer to Malindi. And now we have a new judge who now again this month that is ending has allowed the Kamata Fridays that were there in the last several years. So the LSK had sued the IG, the ODPP, and the DCI for those arrests that used to happen between Fridays all the way to Mondays. And this judge threw out the case on the basis that there was not enough evidence that such kind of Kamata Fridays should not be stopped. So it's this same judge who has again allowed this militarization of the streets. I don't know what he is intending to do, but we must rein the judiciary into good order, because that kind of precedence is not going to set well, because once come the elections in 2027, the military will again be deployed on the fear of civil unrest and the need to bring everything to public order. So this kind of control, it seems like the regime is not ready to let go of probably terrorizing the citizens. And all they want to do is to use as much force as is available to them to continue ruling all the way until 2032. Now that's 80 years of misery. I don't know whether we are ready to actually run the whole length all the way to 2032, because as it appears, the game is being played by the fact that the Iebc is not yet fully constituted, that we know. And they don't intend to do that because they need to prepare the ground before fully constituting it. And that preparation of the ground is like what you had seen the other day, where you had seen some of the fake schools, fake registered voters. All this is going to be prepared. And even if the Iebc is going to be reconstituted, it's very likely that the new commissioners may not be brought to light about the occurrences that have happened when they were not in office. And we'll still have capture of the Iebc, and the same regime is likely to continue its games all the way, and then a lot of more chaos in the years to come. So we have to continue with this social activism, and this social activism is again what is being now crushed by all these abductions, these arrests, and these detentions. They're illegal. We have not seen any pronouncements from the judiciary about it. The LSK has been speaking about it, but the judiciary now also needs to speak up, because we cannot allow ourselves to be gagged, that even speaking in spaces publicly about issues that are distressing us will get us arrested and our doors getting broken down. It's not proper. We should not stand for such. Well, we always talk about politicians and diapers, and when they get soiled, the diapers must be soiled. My view of this situation is that the diapers must be changed, because the politicians have been shitting them, and they're not taking as seriously in whatever they're supposed to do as our representatives. we had the taxes on the diapers going to go up, getting raised up. Now that the taxes are somehow getting abolished, it's time to change those diapers and get that good order that we want. We have also seen that the teachers, the doctors, ourselves, the junior generations, our children need to go to school. Our children need to go to the hospitals. But we're not likely to have professionals of a caliber that we want to attend to our children, because the government is planning not to empower these junior generations, because when we don't empower them, it's only our future children, the generation Alpha and the betas, that are going to be affected, because we don't have enough qualified professionals to continue with the trades and imparting these skills that we have today. So the government is keen on undermining these youth programs, because all they want is to suppress persons who are well knowledgeable on issues affecting the society. So we must really clamp such kind of control by the government. Well, we've seen also again the issue of Kenya Kwanza. Well, it's a funny slogan that they picked. I don't know who was being hoodwinked by the Kenya Kwanza agenda, but the paradox, it's thinking to the heavens, and we can't stand it, because it's not Kenya Kwanza for real as it's supposed to be. And it's up to us, we're about 30% now of the population, to consider either overhauling the whole system, because I don't know how we can just overhaul one part or one representative of the whole system and still allow the parliament to control the other parts of the game. If we are going to recall everyone, we're going to recall everyone from the presidency all the way to the current representatives, because the game seems rigged, and it's not possible for us to have a proper Iebc, a proper recall of the other person that we want to recall, because it's the same people who will be checking our recalls, and they're going to foil the processes because they are there to stay. And waiting all the way again from 2032, 2037, that's too many years. And if you have to take flight from whatever is happening today, we have to continue doing what you're doing, fight back all these unconstitutional things that the government is doing. And this dialogue that they've called by 7th of July, the instigator, the person who's playing all these unconstitutional things under their watch, they're not calling them out. But instead, after whipping us all over the streets, with some of us losing our lives, he's again calling us on the table to sit and talk about issues that they set in motion by their own actions. So it's like meeting the oppressor for a sit down about maybe how much gentle should I be with your issues. And maybe now I've realized that we have a youth agenda that we need to propel. It's a lot of mischief that we can't stomach. If you're keen enough, you can't stomach that when you're observant. So that national dialogue, we've had enough national dialogues. You have all these projects that this report have not been implemented. And a committee of over 100, because we have more than 100 representatives in Kenya as a youth groups. It cannot work. It's just like a kangaroo kamkunji with a lot of stories to be told there and a report of probably what each of the group's representatives will have said, with very little probably to be implemented. And if you were supposed to start implementing that committee report, the allocations to the teachers should already be done. And they should not be blackmailed by having their allocation being reduced so that they are being punished because of fake austerity measures. The doctors, the interns, they're yet to be posted. They only require about 4-5 billion. That money is lacking, but you're still trying to blackmail them because they know these are the youthful persons. These are the youthful professionals. If you're going to support the reject finance bill agenda, we are as well going not to fund your programs, and you're going to stay at home, stay jobless, because that's the order of the day. It's austerity for real. So it's not proper that the youth programs are being underfunded. You're being blackmailed for not supporting the government. If we don't support the government, we're like fucked up. But that's not the truth. That aspect of expenditure in all these ministries, if all ministries can take up austerity measures, the hotels that they keep on going for these seminars, the Naivashas that they keep going to, the Mombasa conferences, a lot of ourselves, Kenyans, they have these event planning activities. And they're making a lot of money just setting up tents, chairs, bottled water, sodas, just to host committee meetings, seminars, workshops, conferences. A lot of expenditure is being spent there on agendas, on reports that we know and are not being implemented. So wastefulness is all over the government. And if it's austerity, some of these committee meetings, like what you're even proposing, instead of that national dialogue at State House that is supposed to happen, expenses must be checked on these conferences. And these savings, if they're there, once they're realized, they need to be appropriated to where they're supposed to go. Fund the youth projects. And then enough support should be done by the current government if you to probably get a reconciliation position. But for now, we are aggrieved and we're not ready to listen to these games that are being summoned all over the place. They are trying to fumble in the dark. From the union, the other day we were called to State House. And it was a good speech. We talked, but at the end of it all, we're still here fighting about legal issues. Labor rights are protected world over. The ILO started in 1919, and there is no way the government wants to defy and bend the law when they know about ILO regulations and conventions. It's improper that we're having a Ministry of Health that today one day decides, well, we're going to do things our way and we are the boss because the constitution says so, and SRC is the one who's supposed to oversight everything. And when the SRC speaks, that's what's supposed to be, and everyone is supposed to follow that on remuneration purposes. But just probably to shed some light, the same SRC, the same commissioners, the same CEO gave a green light on whatever the doctors are asking for. But years later, the same CEO takes an about turn with the commissioners and decide unilaterally without involving other stakeholders on the issues that are of concern. So this is such an absurdity, a law-bending effect that is not allowable. And these matters have now been taken to court to argue on an illegality when the real position is still standing legal and the ministry and the government is not ready to act. So we are seeing a lot of games that as persons who are well knowledgeable on the issues affecting society, they should continue speaking out collectively. We cannot allow such games. Again, on the same SRC, there is what they call a salary market adjustment. This is now for the state executive, the state officers. These people, they compare themselves with persons in the region or persons in the, let's say maybe not in Africa, maybe in other places, and they're given extra compensation because they're executive officers probably performing state duties and they need to get an equivalent or a parity extra pay for that commendable job that they do, where the rest of the public servants don't get this. Well, if it's austerity, that salary market adjustment, because of the current levels of incompetence, it needs to be recalled back. But the SRC will not do that because it's a puppet. The work is just to suck up to the executive, please them, while they oppress the rest of the public service. That's improper and needs to be checked. So we need to continue for fighting for the legitimacy of the Constitution because we are here for our children and the future of Kenya. That's what I have to say for today. Thank you.
Kimuzi?
Hi.
Yes.
Maybe you pose the question that I have posted for you.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And Acheng, as you're going through the questions, let me just remind my colleagues and everybody that the courts do not make their pronouncements through press statements. They do not make their pronouncements through social media. The courts make their pronouncements through a dispute that is right before them, and they pronounce themselves in a judgment. So let us not tire of filing those petitions or filing those cases, and we only blame the courts once we have filed the cases and they have failed to act accordingly. And the good thing with the court is there is always an appellate mechanism. Even this ruling by Justice Mugambi, I am aware that something is being done so that at least the ridiculous ruling can be overturned because it's very dangerous as it is. So let us not yet lose faith in the courts. I think we have seen time and time again, they have stood for what is right, even though individual judges misuse their decisional independence to either obtain instructions from elsewhere or to make absurd decisions, but those ones are to be held accountable for that misuse of decisional independence on their own. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to tackle some of the questions that is in the you guys have sent in the DMs and some comments. So somebody has said people of Kenya Supreme, the legislative powers of parliament were clearly stripped off last week, and Patrick has explained that also precisely well. The executive has failed, as explained, having grossly violated the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Can we rally each Kenyan to come forth on this Twitter space and do exactly what Willis is saying? We have brilliant tech savvy youths. We can always conduct elections in our supremacy. So I think this is just a fair comment in light of what Willie said. If you're not there before in this space, Willie's he majorly shaped our thinking from the dilemma that we had before he came, which was IBC and where we are as a nation, because IBC is not constituted. But he said if our voices right now, we are speaking as one unison, as the people of Kenya, then we can ask the government for them to come to us, not us to go to their committees or everything. And he also said, if you're not here, if for the people who are buying into the idea of going to talk with the government, it's just a delay tactic, if I could say it in simple terms. And then another question is, kindly ask Willis to be more light on the People's Legislative Assembly on appointment of next administration. Do I really understand that question? I'll come back to that. So, another question. Kindly ask lawyers in the room the next move for the rejected Finance Bill 2024. Now that the president has refused to assent to it, can it make its way back to the National Assembly with a few amendments and be passed, or has it been rejected in totality? I saw a controversial tweet by senior counsel Otienda Molo. In fact, he intends to come up with a certain bill that says the president has no capacity to fully reject the bill without proposals. Okay, just give me 1 minute. I drew up my notes, but it is true. As much as the president is the president, his powers are also constitutionally limited. So the president of Kenya does not have the power to withdraw bills per se. Yeah. Article 115 of the Constitution of Kenya gives the president the power to only refer a bill back to parliament for reconsideration, noting any reservations he has with the bill. But in this instance, he didn't give any reservation. He just took it back to Parliament, so to say, to withdraw it. So the withdrawal of bills is governed by standing orders. Standing Order 140 of the National Assembly, which gives the instances where a bill can be withdrawn. So when a bill is referred back to Parliament, Parliament may pass the bill a second time without any amendments, or with amendments that do not fully accommodate the President's reservations. In these prevailing circumstances, Article 115.6 of the Constitution, if I'm not wrong, councils can guide me, say is the one that will guide us. If in this case the president does not assent to the bill, as he's not, and refers it back to the parliament, the bill should have to be taken to be assented within 14 days, which will not happen because we saw the speaker calling for a special sitting for the withdrawal of that bill. But with regards to what Otiende actually did is legal because there is no direct, and I stand corrected as well as our council. I stand guided. What he did is essentially he came up with a bill that now is going to withdraw everything, because that finance bill in itself was really compact, and like we said in the morning, it had so many small little bills here and there. So I think I'm guided. I think the move by Otiende Amolo is legal, and that's how I think the thing can be killed all of it, because I was just deliberating with a few people. So let's say in the circumstance now the military has been deployed, and maybe the president goes and his Delulu people tell him, oh, those were just criminals, they were sponsored by people, they don't have the best interests of people at heart. Is there? I don't think there's a legal scenario where that bill could pass again. But you see, the avenue that leaves is a limbo, because we're the mercy of um the president and his parliament. And right now, as most people, as the councils have demonstrated, our right to demonstrations has been curtailed, so to say. By the way, Sai, I don't think, I won't sell fear. I'm not a proponent of selling fear, because when we lose our fear, that's when they lose their power. And that's why they want a leader, because they are scared of this movement and revolution. But if you guys are called out to go out on Tuesday or on Thursday, to go in honor of the comrades that have fallen, token ninja, don't be intimidated. One thing, the military can't just shoot to kill. They just can't shoot. Then the military, by the way, they're normally under oath. I know even the police are under oath. But I don't know. Right now, we pray to God, but above all, we stand up and defend our rights. This is the time, because if we relent, we are so many of us, and our platforms will be identified. If they can wake up and pick Alfred Keter, mtu ana cruise na ma V8 na ma LX, so nadhani sisi kwa mabedsitter zetu kutakujiwa, they won't have mercy on us. So yeah, that's not right now is not the time to relent. Let me read another.
Acheng, with regard to that bill, and the move by senior counsel Atiende Omolo, I don't know if you have seen this letter, analysis letter done by Adrian Kamotho Njenga and company advocate. And the most significant part of that letter is highlighting that under Article 115.6, it only kicks in if the president does not assent to the bill and does not refer it back with memoranda under the prescribed clauses. So in this instance where the president has expressed reservations against the whole bill and referred it back, the bill is technically comatose. It is dead. So 115.6 will not kick in because the president already referred it back with a memorandum to amend. And for anybody to overturn the president's reservations, they would need to marshal a 2/3 majority. And then the other issue was coming up with a bill to repeal the finance bill is itself not something very practical, because a bill that hasn't become law, it's not an act of parliament yet, is nothing more than a paper with some nice suggestions written. So you don't repeal a paper, you repeal an act of parliament. It is not yet an act because it hasn't completed the process. I just thought I should clarify that, and maybe I should share this analysis by Adrian Kamotho, because it's very clear and very succinct, and I agree with it. Perhaps I can share it via the DM.
Perhaps I can chime in on that issue of the finance bill. I think I tend to agree with the senior counsel Otiende Omolo, because if you look at the mischief that is in that withdrawal by the president, it's very likely that after 14 days, because the constitution contemplates that after 14 days, whatever he had withdrawn, if no action is taken, automatically becomes law. I hope I'm audible. Can you hear me? Kimuzi?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Yes. The withdrawal for me, it's quite mischievous, so to speak, because my understanding of the law, and this is informed by, I think it's Article 115 of the Constitution. If the president sends back that bill to Parliament and nothing is done, it automatically becomes law after the 14th day. So my reading of the Constitution and 14 days from, I think it was on 25th, that is sometime on 10th of July next month, it should automatically become law. And that is the mischief that Mr. Otiende is afraid of, that might trigger that finance bill coming back and resurfacing as a law. And this is informed by the issue that this is a very peculiar scenario. It has never happened before in Kenya for a finance bill to be rejected and be sent back to Parliament. There's a very likelihood that it might resurface and it be interpreted that it became law automatically after the 14 days lapsed, because the Parliament currently is on recess. And that now brings me to the other issue that Wetangula could have sold us deliberately, because the manner in which he sends the entire National Assembly to recess. How does he send the National Assembly to recess when the when the president has said this bill has to go back to the National Assembly? I will read a mischief card that is being played, and that is what I am saying, that I resonate with Mr. Otiende, because if it currently says, if it is to be currently interpreted as such, then that means the bill becomes law on the 14th day. And that is the mischief that Mr. Otiende is trying to cure, that he has come up with another finance bill to repeal the previous one that will have come up as a law altogether after the 14 days lapse, so that there can be no mischief ya kwamba the finance bill that was sent back to Parliament by the president imeresurface, imesemekana ya kwamba it's a new law altogether. And I know that is an issue that will end up in the High Court. That one I can rest assure my colleagues or the people who are listening in. I know that is a gray area that has never been triggered. It's a gray area that has never been put to test. I know that one will end up in court for us to interpret what was the repercussion, what was the consequences. Because if it was to, that means then the president has to, and the Kenya Kwanza government have to operate with the previous finance bill of 2023. Then what is the situation? What happens to the proposal or a financial constraints that they had put in place to cure the financial year 2024-25. I think I leave it at that for that issue. And those are my personal comments and my views on that issue. Thank you.
Hi, can I speak? Can you hear me, Kimuzi?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Well, the Finance Bill 2024, I mean, the communication by the president, through a memorandum with reservations to the National Assembly, is something that wasn't, expected in terms of deletion of all clauses of the initial bill submitted by the Speaker of the National Assembly within 7 days upon, it being passed by the members of the National Assembly. And I've seen a couple of, opinions and views from different legal practitioners here and there. And I must say, the last two communication to the Speaker of the National Assembly, one by the senior council and member of Parliament for Ariede constituency, Dr. Paul Otiende Amolo. What he raises, could be deemed to be a different approach that has never been initiated in any proceedings of the House. One being, the first question that perhaps will be asked, on what Otiende wrote to the National Assembly Speaker is, does that bill, because a finance bill technically is a money bill by dint of Article 114 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And the first question that will be asked, given that he now proposes an amendment bill of an act of Parliament. Remember, the president did not assent, to that particular bill. So, Article 115 of the Constitution should be sub-article 115, article 115 sub-article 1, that talks about the instances where the president could either send to that particular bill, or if he doesn't assent, to send the bill to the speaker, could be the Speaker of the National Assembly or the Speaker of the Senate, okay, depending on the context of that particular bill. So here, the president already did a memorandum to the Speaker of the National Assembly. So essentially, he didn't, sign into law, and he didn't fail to either sign or send a memorandum to the Speaker of the National Assembly. And that would mean within 14 days, if the president doesn't act in terms of assenting into law on any bill, or send a memorandum with reservations to either Speaker of either House of Parliament, then at the fraction of time of 14 days, that bill automatically becomes law. So Dr. Tende actually invoked that, but again, I find it contradictory in terms of yes, it is a good procedure, but here we are dealing with a bill that has already, had its reservations through a memorandum sent to Parliament. Again, further down, the rabbit hole under Article 115, it talks about if the president signs a memorandum with reservations to either, to the Speaker of either House of Parliament, then the Speaker would, the Speaker of the National Assembly or the Senate would, constitute, a sitting of Parliament to discuss the reservations by the president and either improve on those reservations or reject those reservations in totality by a vote of 2/3, technically, to now override what the president, said through that reservation. But on 26th of June, the National Assembly proceeded on a short recess until 23rd of July. So what does that mean? When you look at the National Assembly standing orders, of course, the Speaker has to communicate to the members of Parliament within 3 days upon receipt of this memorandum with reservations from the head of state. And that's what Wetangula did the other day. And I'm certain you've seen that communique going around, here and there. He notified the members of Parliament within 3 days because he is required by law, and even the standing orders, in as much as the standing orders are subsidiary to the Constitution of Kenya 2010, but they do inform the proceedings and the structure of either House of Parliament. So Wetangula communicated to the members of the National Assembly and informed them, I'm in receipt of this memorandum, and this is exactly what is happening. But, the National Assembly is on recess. So what happens is now, until the next day when the House sits, and that should be on 23rd of July, then the National Assembly has 21 days within which they have to look at the reservations by the president, and in this case, deletion of all clauses of that particular bill. So technically, like the earlier speaker said, the bill is rendered comatose. You are deleting an entire, all the clauses of the bill, and I think there are around 65 to 69 clauses, if I'm not wrong. And remember, previously in the 11th and 12th Parliament, they never, marshaled 2/3 to veto, to override the presidential reservations. So what makes you think they would raise that particular 2/3 this time? And remember, this is the first time it is happening for a finance piece of legislation. Previously, there was the law of contract amendment bill that, the president refused to assent to, and, made proposals on what we term as a deletion, because Part G of the Speaker's communication to Parliament talked about, the president rejecting an entire bill. So the Speaker acknowledged that, it is not, unusual for the president to refer a bill back with reservations, recommending its rejection through deletion of all its clauses. And then he further went ahead and said that the National Assembly has previously received and considered the president's reservations, recommending the deletion of all clauses in a bill during the 11th
and 12th parliaments. Right now, we have the 13th parliament, or the 13th August House. And then the speaker again goes further to say that, in particular, the House, that is the National Assembly, received and considered reservations relating to the Central Bank Amendment Bill, that was the National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2014, and the Law of Contract Bill, which I mentioned earlier, the National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2019. And then he says now that in both instances now, in these two bills, the House failed, that is the National Assembly, it failed to marshal the votes of 2/3 of the members of the National Assembly required to veto the president's recommendations. So now we have 21 days from 23rd of July, when the National Assembly, convenes again for this for the session, to consider the deletion of all clauses of a bill, the first for a finance piece of legislation. That's why I think it is the reason why we have all these debates, because it was unprecedented. I mean, no one ever expected that you'd have to, delete all the clauses. But now that begs the question, why was it necessary for it to get to that particular point that you have to propose, reservations for deletion of all these clauses, and yet in the pre-publication scrutiny of this finance bill through the Budget and Appropriations Committee, which now recommends to the Speaker, if a bill is a money bill pursuant to Article 114, for the Speaker and the HBC to now publish, the bill through the Kenya Gazette. Why did it have to get to a point whereby it is until the bill is passed by Parliament for the President to now propose deletion of all these clauses? So one thing I feel is that is an abuse of the parliamentary proceedings. Because remember, we had stakeholders, quite a number, hundreds and hundreds of stakeholders giving their input on this particular bill. Parliamentarians and members of the Finance and National Planning Committee, Departmental Committee, they were being paid allowances. And then all of a sudden, you want to say all this didn't mean nothing? So it doesn't make sense now for the president to propose deletion when he had, because now Parliament being an appendage of the executive, he had the powers, the same way he convened and summoned all those parliamentarians to State House, is the same way he could have whipped them. Of course, we have the chief, party whip, Osoro. Then whip them not to pass this particular bill. It would have saved us all this debate, actually. But what happened? Because of arrogance, because of impunity, you had to marshal your members, to pass the bill. So that is where the dilemma is. And I saw the communication by, the letter again to the Speaker by Dr. Adrian Kamodho Njenga, a good friend of mine. And he reveres and prizes, the response, or the letter by Dr. Paul Jabura Otiende Amolo to the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the notification of even that particular bill that he had proposed to, to be discussed. So Dr. Adrian Kamodho Njenga penned down, what I would term as a profound, as a riveting, and as a venerating submission to be canvassed, before the House of Parliament when it resumes actually its session on 23rd of July 2024, and which the Right Honorable Speaker Moses Masika Wetangula should, and letter by Dr. Otiende to the Speaker. I feel like while giving credit to Dr. Otiende's vast knowledge, jurisprudential prolificacy, the intelligence that Dr. Otiende has, Dr. Adrian Kamodho Njenga, the interpretation, he raises Article 115.6 of the Constitution, and which I do believe he did interpret it purposively. There's the holistic and purposive interpretation of the Constitution. So I feel, for me, in accordance with that Article 115.6, he did interpret it purposively, and he is entitled to that, and I duly respect that. But however, respectfully, I felt Article 115.6, according to Adrian, he says that particular provision of the law doesn't just set in, rather sets in once a bill has been passed a second time with or without amendments that do not fully accommodate the commander-in-chief's, reservation. What I feel is the reading, of Article 115.6, that it equally encompasses a bill submitted for the first time. Adrian says second time, but I feel Article 115.6 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, talks about a bill submitted for the first time by the Speaker within 7 days for assent by the President. And then when the President fails to assent and even fail to submit a memorandum with reservations on that particular bill to Parliament within 14 days upon receipt of the bill from the relevant speaker, by that I mean could be Honorable Kingi or Honorable Moses Wetangula, then that bill automatically becomes law at a fraction of time. Okay, so that is why I feel there is, a paired approach of Article 115 sub Article 6. Be it as it may, what we are dealing with is what we call a constitutional imbroglio, a constitutional, confusion, especially on a money bill like the finance bill, and how the Speaker would rule on these issues raised by, Dr. Adrian Kamotho Njenga, Dr. Paul Otiende Amolo, and even we, the people, will determine now the president that will be set from 23rd of July 2024 onwards, because it has never been seen before. But nonetheless, such are the kind of things that do improve, the jurisprudential equity and jurisprudential reservoirs to help navigate around the law, to help build, legislation that will be perhaps for the betterment of the people. And as I do wind up, the IMF the other day, I read an article, and they perhaps, rallied behind the state, telling them that they shouldn't be worried about what is happening on the streets. Need I tell you that, last year, should be last year or the first quarter for this year, what IMF normally does, there's something called, the short-term, medium-term, and long-term risks before they do approve loans, okay? So IMF actually expected that the Finance Bill 2024 would occasion protest. They did, and they knew exactly it was going to happen. So the medium-term risk actually listed, protest, that would arise as a result of, the Finance Bill 2024. IMF knew, and I have evidence, because I do peruse through all these documentation, because the debt burden is something so personal to me. We are hitting 11 point something trillion, and that is around 60%, 67% thereabout of our GDP. And what informs all these loans is we are borrowing to steal. Those people, the powers that be, are borrowing more loans to steal. All these projects that we are financing, we can't even see the contracts being made, public. We don't know the terms. And what perhaps aches a piece of my soul is, back then, the SGR contract, I saw just, the abstract of the contract. They have never made the entire contract public. The CS, Transport for Now played games here and there, and the government never, ever made that contract public. So when I read the abstract of the SGR contract, that these people, for you to know that they don't even negotiate for these contracts. For them, it's about the kickbacks and what exactly they will gain behind the scenes. So part of that, abstract for the dispute resolution clause, and, lawyers know, advocates know, the dispute resolution clauses, and the seat for dispute resolution in every contract is something so significant. In the abstract for the SGR contract, they made a seat of, dispute resolution to be, Beijing, China, and Mandarin was to be used as a language. Really? You are having a project being run in your own country, and you want to tell us that you may not even have thought about negotiating, that your trail of thoughts, was so dormant, stagnant, and bland, stale, empty, bleak, that you couldn't even think about your own people before doing the kind of things you're doing. Okay? So this is exactly what is causing investor runaway. The other day, the NSC almost collapsed. It had only begun, gaining ground, recently. That is why, perhaps, the shilling equally was a bit weak before it started gaining ground. Because when you don't have enough forex reserves at the CBK, then you expect the market to tint. And when the market tints and twists, then it only means that the prices of goods at the last consumer, you, who is the last consumer, would perhaps have the effect of all this. And then lastly, as Parliament is contemplating, actually CS Murkomen is contemplating to move an amendment to the to the increment of the road maintenance levy from 7 to 9 shillings. That would increase it to around 25 shillings from 18 shillings. The end effect is, of course, we know what petroleum products do to the end user. That will mean the cost of manufacturing will rise. That will mean the cost of transport will rise. That will mean each and every basic commodity would perhaps be occasioned by the rise of fuel prices. So currently it is ongoing public participation, and I call upon all of you to rise up and to even do much more advocacy. Send all those memorandum, especially in the road maintenance levy, because they couldn't sneak it in. And they tried to do that, by the way, on the report for consideration of the Finance Bill 2024. But there's no way a substantive amendment to a statute, to a standalone statute, can be done through a money bill. That is not the case. It should not be the case. But the Departmental Committee on the Finance and National Planning, they sneaked in a new clause which didn't undergo public participation pursuant to Article 10, of the Constitution, and they wanted to become law. The same way they wanted to sneak in a substantive amendment to the Kenya Data Protection Act of 2019 to allow KRA to spy, on us, the taxpayers, to monitor all those things. They can't do so through a finance bill. That is a substantive amendment with a standalone statute. And if you want to initiate any amendment, a substantive amendment, then you do so through, an existing, statute. And you have to remember, as a wind up, that constitutional and political legitimacy are not like the Siamese twins. What happens is you may have the constitutional legitimacy. That is okay. But when you lose the grip or the firm grip of the political legitimacy, which the current regime has actually lost, that's why you're seeing endless abductions. And I've just seen Qatar being abducted. The family is there shouting and crying. Really, do we have to, to dig, further? Yet we've already found ourselves in this particular hole. So the political legitimacy lies, even the constitutional legitimacy lie with the people. What Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president, lacked in the second tenure of his regime was the political legitimacy. Fine, you have the constitutional legitimacy, you have the instruments of power. The former president could not even step foot in Nyanza, in Western. That's why he had to seek for the handshake. And what is happening right now, the political legitimacy is spreading like wild bushfire across the country. The current regime has lost the political legitimacy. And that's why we are saying the power that belongs to the people is the power that we need, is the power that we delegated, and is the same power that we can actually take it back whenever we want to. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I beg to rest. Thanks.
Kimuzi. Kimuzi, can you hear me?
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to clarify one thing. We'll be ending in like 10 minutes because it has been very long. So maybe we wind up and contribute. Oh, somebody called me. Maybe
Kimuzi,
you can
I'm the one who's calling you. It's Eric.
Okay.
I'm asking, what can we do about these abductions? It's becoming too much. We need to focus on, these abductions, because I believe if we amplify our voices against these illegal abductions, we may not be able to completely stop them, but we can put these state actors on notice. We need a strategy. How do we make these abductions, stopping these abductions, a priority so that people stop being abducted, being held incommunicado? No one knows whether the person taken will come back alive or not.
Eric, perhaps you can correct me.
Yeah.
But I think there was a court order that directed that persons shouldn't be arrested for exercising their rights under the constitution. I am assuming we can cushion ourselves under that court order for now in the interim, even as we pursue perhaps a legal perspective from the court directly. Because
apart
if
from the
now
court order, I was part of the team that got
yes.
the court orders. But it seems these guys do not care. So we need to raise our voices and amplify the stopping of these abductions.
Actually, that is where I was coming next, because now we have a regime that hardly obeys court orders. It's just like a piece of paper, whereby we are just back to the Moi area where court orders are just pieces of papers, like an officer had to say it, and I quote, back then, this is just a piece of paper. I think we are a long way into informing our constitutionalism as a country in the current cycle of our governance, our systems and structures, so to speak.
Okay, guys, let's wind up.
Kimozi,
if
if
a
I
person has something to add on, maybe we can wind up as in the next. It's like 8 minutes now.
if you can allow me
we
to
can
go
end up
to
then.
go next, Kimozi, I think
Okay,
yeah,
no
thank you
problem.
very much for organizing this. And I think I've been following the debate, went to church, come back, found the debate continuing, and this is amazing. I think this is what needs to happen. And I guess as time goes by, we'll continue to have more wins, which we're not even thinking about right now. As an example, already we've had, the finance bill sort of being removed completely, and I think that's a big win that we have to bank on. And then going forward, I think what we're talking about in terms of the abductions, it is our people who are being abducted. So I think as we mourn those who've passed on, and hopefully, I think we need to print as many posters as possible. You know, the way MPs, politicians do post everywhere when they are campaigning. I think that's the level of awareness, the level of demonstrating just how many people have been killed that we need to go that we need to go to. In the sense that if we print those photos of all those who've been killed and paste wherever we are across the country on trees everywhere, I think everyone is going to see exactly what is happening, and a serious awakening of the country is going to happen just beyond the youths, because I think right now this is youth-led and we need everyone to join this bandwagon. Now, in terms of abductions, I think pretty much what we're doing, agitating for people to be released. If you've been abducted for no good reason, and obviously all of them are being abducted without any serious reason, I think we need to go out and ask the government to release them as soon as possible. Because what is happening is, of course, there's a court order, and historically we know that the governments do not respect court orders. It started long ago with Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, and it's now even worse with Ruto. So as we focus on the bigger goal of getting rid of Ruto as soon as we can, I think in the medium term, we need to protect our people. We need to work as a unit. So if we know that someone has been abducted, I think we need to come out, all of us, in the streets, and ask the government to release them within hours, not within minutes, not even hours. And that way, I think we'll be able to stop these abductions. Because what is happening right now, it looks like it's a tug of war between the government and ourselves. And I guess the only way to get our people protected, make sure that no one is abducted, is to make sure that we go out and agitate for exactly that. In addition to that, something else we can do is to ask the government, because they keep saying, oh, we are destroying our properties, we are doing this and that. Go for those who are destroying the properties, because we know it's the government that is hiring goons to come out, ban parliament, to come out, ban city hall, to go out, steal. Those are usually goons who are brought by the government to make sure that they brand everyone as a criminal, like Ruto did, and now from there, deal with everyone like a criminal. Why can't the government use all the energy, the resources, NIS, DCI, the police, to focus on those who are destroying properties? The only reason they are not doing that is because they've been sponsored by the very same government so that they make everyone else who is doing the right thing to look like they're also looters. So I think that's something the government needs to be told right to their face, that they actually have to do that. Otherwise, things are not going to be business. It won't be business as usual. Now, on the matter of IEBC, because I guess we've spoken about it for a while, I don't want to belabor so many points, but we all know historically, again, the governments have been very, very deliberate to constitute IEBCs at the very last minute in a very hurried way. It's by design, no coincidence at all. So, for example, right now, because we don't have an IEBC, it means we are going to have a suppressed new voter registration. Why is that so? Because those guys who are meant to register and vote in 2027 are the young guys who are clearing high school now, will clear high school next year but one. And if you look at statistics, nearly 1 million students do their KCSE every year. So it means every year you're having 1 million extra voters, if you think about from a numbers perspective. So in 5 years since 2022, we would have an additional 5 million young people who can vote in the Republic. Ruto only won with about 7-8 million. If you have 5 million young people who are saying no to Ruto, you probably just need a few more millions and you defeat him. And that's why the IEBC will be considered very last minute by design to make sure you only register an extra 1 million or 2 million people. Like it happened between 2017 and 2022, when our voters registered grew by just about 2.5 million, if you go back and look at the numbers, which is quite minimal given how the population, the young population is big. The other thing is, of course, they make sure that this is happening so that we don't have a clear handover between the previous commissioners and the next commissioners. And obviously that messes up the whole equation. So we need to agitate to make sure that the IEBC is constituted ASAP. If we are running an entire country's election within 10 days, why can't we have an IEBC within 21 days or within 30 days? It is very, very doable if we push the government and make sure that an IEBC is put in place. In the medium term, in the meantime, as we push for IEBC, I think we need to continue mourning our fallen soldiers and asking the government to compensate each and every person who lost their lives and each and every person who was injured during the maandamano. Why is this so? Because we're the ones who are fundraising for these people, whereas our taxes are being embezzled by the very same government. So I think lawyers in the House, if you can help us, for example, to have a class action case against the government for every person who's lost their lives right now, I think we can get a determination that would make sure that these guys are compensated. And I know you cannot put a price to life, but at least there needs to be a serious compensation to anyone who was killed by this government. We also need to agitate. I know we cannot recall MPs, we cannot impeach the deputy president or president, but we need to agitate and go for the wins that are doable. If we have CSs who have had corruption scandals, can we go out there and ask Ruto to fire them? That doesn't require a dialogue. That doesn't require 100 people to sit down and decide we need to kick out this CS who's been corrupt. And even for the parliament, which has been historically captured by the executive, what we need to do is to make sure that for all those MPs who are not listening to the public, that we didn't want the finance bill, and they sit in the committees of parliament, can they be removed from those committees? Again, that doesn't require IEBC. So can we get Kimani Ichung'wa out of the majority leader position? Can we get Osoro out? Can we get the likes of Kuria Kimani out? Dindi Nyoro, because he deals with budget. Everyone who is connected to the finance bill didn't listen to Kenyans. Can they get out so that next year, same time, the committee chairs and the committees which will be in place can listen to us? That's something else that doesn't require us to sort of have an IEBC in place. So as we focus on IEBC, there are other quick wins that we can achieve, and especially if we go out there and ask Ruto to do what he needs to do, and also the parliament to do what they need to do. I'll pause at that because I know we are out of time. Back to you, and thank you so much for organizing this. It's been amazing. Let's keep this going. Let's keep the momentum. Let's keep growing, and I think we're going to transform and change this country. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for your input. And I think we can wind up now. It has been a very, how can I say it? It has been very productive. I have really loved the input by all the advocates, the lawyers, PLO. I've listened to PLO. I've listened to Diana, a very good one. Thank you, the last speaker. Thank you. I thank everyone for coming up and turning up. I'm really tired today. That's why I want to end and maybe take a nap and maybe we can pick up later. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kimuzi. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Have a good
Asante
day.
Kimuzi.